demands and know how to maintain it. And if better still there is the need for you to improve upon it, please do so, because we are tired of complaining. The students are suffering. We are tired. Now, the final one. You have brought us a handout, a big one, to review as your policy document. We have done so. On a scale of 1 to 10, if you are given the mandate to lead the people as SRC president and vice president respectfully, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate yourselves in terms of completing the policies you have here? 1 to 10. Let's be real. 1 to 10.
I would rate an 8.
8.
Yes, please.
So if you get below 8, would you call yourselves failures?
I wouldn't call myself a failure if I get below 8, but I think it depends on how successful my administration was.
So it is either you were successful or you failed. So would you accept to call yourselves failures?
Yes, please. I'll accept.
So just be bold.
Yeah.
We have leaders in our country who are not bold enough. They always want to justify something. Now, just to wrap up, are you aware of the current parliamentary sitting? It's a review, something. They are interviewing teachers, I think, ministers and other people based on some past public accounts committee. Thank you. Are you aware of that sitting going on in Ghana's parliament? Are you aware of it? No.
No, please.
Watch, look for it and watch. There was one man who stated and took the blame that yes, I've chopped Ghana money. The man was asked, so would you agree that you have chopped the money? Yes. So be bold. After all, they know how to manipulate the law to favor them.
Okay.
But we are not saying be bold to do what is wrong.
Okay.
Be bold to accept the truth and do what is right.
All right.
Please. UNER needs leaders and not politicians. Your policies are very juicy. At the end, you do just 1 or 2. Then look at your account. You have spent quite a huge sum of money. At the end, what did you do? Just 1, just 2. What are your achievements? We organized programs. We did this. Trust me, you have so many things here. So please, when you are given the mandate, get to work. Let us see something. We are 11 years and counting. But we always want to compare ourselves to the other big schools. Trust me, there was a focus. So if you don't state all these things there, you might just come and mislead all of us. Okay. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have 2 questions from the people gathered here.
Okay.
The first one, imagine a student organization requests funding for an event. How would you evaluate and decide on the request? That's the first one.
So I think everything goes through procurement. We are going to send it to procurement so that
Do you hear yourself, apart from your own voice, do you hear yourself from the speakers?
Yes, please.
Speak like this one.
Okay. So everything goes through procurement, and we have a committee who is in charge of that. So we are going to take the organization's needs or requests for fund to procurement. We evaluate that they actually need the funds for what they are going to use to do, and we will see where it leads to.
Take it to procurement.
Yes.
How would you support students with disabilities?
Okay. So that's where our policy number 2 comes in, the shuttle system. Will actually help transport disabled students from from off campus to campus, and also the success initiative policy.
Recently, there were some students who were repeated based on number of trails. Are you familiar?
Yes, please. Yes.
So there were some students who are probably having a GPA of maybe around 2.5, but because of 3 trails, they were repeated.
Yes.
As a presidential aspirant, what's your take on this issue? Was management right on repeating those students, or what? I want to hear your views.
We are all bounded by code of conduct. We have a student handbook, and I think it's clearly stated in the handbook how the management is going to deal with such situations. So I'll actually go by how the handbook stated on how to deal with the situation.
So was His Excellency Gideon wrong in advocating for the students to be promoted to the next level?
He wasn't wrong, please.
You are saying 2 different things here. In that view, how will you advocate for students, especially when they are contrary to the standard authorities or the established principles? How would you advocate for student interest, especially in situations where they conflict with the university policies?
Please give me the question again.
How would you advocate for students, especially where they conflict with university policies?
Okay, so we are here for the interest of our students.
You know that.
Yes. So we will try our best to actually fight on their behalf. So if they conflict with the policies, we are going to find a way to settle those matters.
Find a way.
Yes.
What way? Vandalism,
No,
demonstrations.
please. No, please.
What way? Counseling. All right. Anyways, I think we've exhausted enough time on you, even though the panel members still feel that there is a lot on your policies that we want to actually go through it with the students gathered here to make sure they are feasible. This is it. SRC already have projects running. That is taking money from them. It's not because they are lazy. I don't know if you took advice from them before coming. You may have juicy things, but you get to the position and you realize that you don't have what it takes to make those things happen. So I would recommend that you review your policies and then you make sure that what is achievable, you go on with that so that you don't do away with the established stuff that are already working, like the suggestion box. You want to introduce help desk. I've seen a place where you are even talking about the fact that you want to do a walk-in help desk for registration, but in your explanation you said something different altogether. Yes. So kindly reconcile all those ones. The school already have a help desk that student walk-in for registration issues and all. Right. So kindly reconcile all that. Thank you for coming in today, and then we wish you all the best in your aspirations, and no matter the outcomes, we hope that the good things that you have developed to tell us after everything that has happened why this board should recommend you to the students, and in the same way tell the students, if in case you are recommended, why they should vote for you. 2 minutes.
I would say our policies here, the Kosovo policies, are really feasible.
Okay, so as you were saying, our policies are very feasible, and it's going to. Our policies are feasible, and it's going to generate us income as well. And we are going to seek sponsorships to also manage the SRC money in the coffers already. So with these policies, we are not only going to use all the money in the coffers, we are going to generate income and dispatch sponsorship letters from other companies to help us as well.
Are you done?
Yes. To Adam.
No, you talk to the students.
Thank you once again. Good afternoon, students. I'm Osei Prince Owuzu here. I'm with Abigail Asiedu, going for SRC presidency and vice. So together we are the change makers, and we are here for the voiceless, for the students' body as in a whole. So our policies here are very feasible. If given the power, we can implement them. We are not coming to actually take money from the coffers of the SRC. We are actually bringing in and actually helping the students' body as well. So thanks for having us. Nice meeting all of you.
On how the process have been so far. How has it been? Is it going the way you were expecting? How do you want it to go? Do you want to come and sit here? I can invite you to come and sit here. Please, your hand was up. I'm actually listening.
One or two. Yeah.
Come again.
You want to be given the opportunity to ask questions.
When did you come?
Right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
The opportunity is there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Please, any other? There is a hand.
On behalf of the people outside, could you please ask your aspirants to talk a bit louder? They can't hear from outside. And we
Okay.
also want to
We try. We keep telling them to speak louder, but then that's all we get. Please, I'm taking your feedback. Hello. So, if you are not giving me feedback, let me ask questions to get my feedback. Are we being too soft or too hard on them? Okay. I'm hearing soft, hard. Please, hold on. All those who feels we are being soft, say yeah. We are being soft. Personally, I feel we are being soft because we ask general knowledge about SRC, which is very normal. The majority part of the time it is given to your policies, and you have a policy and you can't speak to the policy, then you give me no option than to ask you more about it, because at the end of the day, when you come, it's our dues you are going to carry to implement those policies. Yeah, so that is how it is. So we are actually being soft. We don't ask anything beyond. Come again. Oh, okay. Those saying soft are those that their candidates are done. Wow, politics. Please, there is a hand at the back. Yes. So we're supposed to exhaust 1 hour on each, right? Yes, it can. Because at the introductory session, I talk to them, which is not part of the vetting. So I give my initial remarks. The vetting begins when you see any other person, other than me, asking questions. So if you include the time I used to talk, it goes beyond an hour. And then also when they are done asking the questions, I talk again, and I give the aspirants some minutes to talk. And that makes it go beyond the hour. But the official vetting is within the 1 hour period. Yes, someone will come around and take the sheet, then the person will submit. No, you can't ask them questions directly, because I have to know the question. The fact that you are bringing it doesn't mean I'm going to ask. So I explained. Let's say we are touching on policies. and there is a particular policy that we have asked about 8 questions on it. And if you are bringing me a question, you bring question about the same policy again. The person has already exhausted enough time on that policy, so I won't ask. And then also you are asking a question based on allegations. So we assess the question before we ask, but we have asked most of the questions that you guys are bringing. Oh, then definitely. If it's not going to cause commotion. Yes. But have you guys been given water? Oh. No water. You see. Yesterday you had water here for them. You're welcome. Okay, for the purpose of records keeping, kindly state your name, your program, the position you are vying for.
Danso Andrew is my name. BSc Mechanical Engineering Level 300. And I'm aspiring for the office of the SRC President. Thank you.
Boache Cassandra is my name, offering BSc in Nursing Level 300, aspiring for the office of the SRC Vice President.
You are welcome once again.
Thank you.
So when we ask questions, kindly go straight to the point. And Andrew.
Yes, sir.
I feel you are too good to be meddling with student politics. Have you been involved in any student politics before? Have you served in any position?
Not really.
Have you been a course rep before?
No, please.
Association president?
Yes, please.
When?
I'm the current mechanical engineering president.
Have you resigned yet?
Not, please.
Oh, okay. Your SRC constitution doesn't demand that you resign before you go in for another position?
Yes, but considering the administration and how the elections is being structured, I think before we proceed with the final voting, we would have done with the handling over ceremony. So by then, I wouldn't be the then MESA president. Thank you.
Because I feel your grades are too good. They are too good to be reducing it in your final year. Do you know what it takes to be an SRC president?
Yes, please.
What does it take to be an SRC president?
It entails a lot of sacrifice, in a sense that the burden in the entire campus or student body will be on you as the representative of the student body. Thank you.
Madam Ness, what's your future aspiration? What do you aspire to be?
Please come again.
What do you aspire to be in the future? Your career goal?
Thank you. So I aspire to be the nursing officer in future.
You aspire to be a nursing officer. What has it got to do with the position you are trying to occupy? Don't you think there are others who want to go into politics and then we should allow them to build experiences towards that? Why do you want to gain this experience and send it to the hospital environment and be a nursing officer?
Okay, so being a nursing officer is all about leadership skills. And then I feel like when I'm given this opportunity to be the SRC Vice President, it will really help me to become what I want to be. Thank you.
What do you want to do for SRC that you want to sacrifice this grades to be the president? What do you want to do for UNE SRC?
Thank you very much. So, yes, I want to leave a positive footprint before I leave on campus, in the sense that I encourage student leaders, leave a good legacy for students to be more encouraged to even have the potential to aspire to be the next SRC president and other portfolios.
What is that one thing that you leave SRC with should you become the next UNE SRC president?
Yes. So one thing that will really identify me if I leave as the SRC president will be the fact that most of the times the SRC is seen or is pictured to most students as you aspire for the position to enrich yourself. But then, under my administration, I will try and make the picture seen to most students that you aspire for the position to leave a good legacy.
Let me help you in this regard. What's that one project that you do? What is that one policy that you are bringing that you think you need this position to be able to do that? I believe, as for the legacy, the footprint, you have it. When you entered, people were clapping. It means you have a footprint somewhere. And for the legacy, the moment I took your transcript, you left an impression on my mind. So as for the legacy, you have it already, and you don't need this office. You don't need us to give you that office to leave a legacy with us. What's that one thing? If nothing should work for you, and you are given the position, what is that one project that you want to do as a president for UNE?
Thank you very much. So one thing that will really identify me, just as you said, will be the initiative of the Alumni Connect, creating opportunities for most students on campus. Thank you.
I want to be very convinced, and I want you to convince the people gathered here. I am not. There is alumni network already, and people are part. Creating opportunities, like you want us to give you the office of the SRC president to come and do Alumni Connect and create opportunities. You don't need the office to do that. I'm still giving you that last opportunity.
Thank you very much. I believe the SRC is the highest office when it comes to the student body. So with the Alumni Connect, we're more factored on the sense that we organize seminars that will cut across almost departments on campus.
Which portfolio are you aspiring to occupy?
The SRC president.
Should we then say that you can go home and when you complete school, you go and vie for alumni president?
No, please.
Then tell me something else.
Thank you very much. So the next project I would want to bring on board would be advocating for a study room at the university halls.
How many halls do we have?
We have 2.
New hostel and Get Fund.
Yes, please.
Do you have a study room at Get Fund?
We used to have a study room, but it has been transferred to a university library.
Is a library a study room?
It is.
How many spaces available at Get Fund can be used for study rooms? Apart from the one that is used for the library now and the place that the students worship, where else again can be converted to a study room?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think University Hall 1, they've already converted their study room into a library, but University Hall 2 doesn't have a study room. So I think we can focus more on University Hall 2 instead. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So you want us to recommend you to the student for the office, for you to occupy the office of the SRC so that you convert University Hall 2 to a study room, and that is your topmost priority. Your topmost priority is Alumni Connect, and your second topmost priority is to convert the university, one of the rooms, to a study room for the student. Those are your priorities. That is why you want us to recommend you to the student to vote for you to become SRC president.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in our documents policy, we have policies surrounding academics, welfare, sports and entertainment.
All right,
projects
thank
and
you.
initiatives.
Thank you for the time. I wish you all the best. And as much as possible, we just want to know, we want to see if you make very good use of the resources that these students are going to give you as SRC president. And that is why we've gathered here today. I hope that you're able to convince this panel that you are worth it, and then the students should give you the mandate to lead. And don't forget, there are students here, and they are listening to you as well. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew, you are welcome.
Thank you.
So let's move straight to your policy document. You have it in here as under academics. Introduction of agenda fix-it. You talk of providing PA systems to the lecture halls. Which lecture halls did you consider? Because you use the word lecture halls. So I can assume that the entire lecture halls on UNER campus. So which ones did you consider?
The SH block.
Thank you very much. Don't name the rest. I have you there. You want to install PA system at the SH block, whereby the nature of the block itself is open. So disturbance from SH1 can hit those at SH6 or 7. Those up there too can equally affect those down there. So what is the essence of taking the PA system to an area that is open but not enclosed? What is the essence of that?
Thank you very much. So yes, I believe most of our timetable are structured in a way that the classes that have the numerous students occupy the SH block. For instance, the SH3 class. So for instance, if students occupy such classes, they find it very, very difficult to hear their lecturers when they teach them.
Is it because the students don't concentrate or they don't hear? Have you ever had a class at the SH before?
Yes, please.
This semester?
Yes, please.
I think either on Wednesdays or Thursdays, come to the SH. I have a class at SH5. There is a class at, I think, SH6 or 7. They make use of the PA system. We get affected there because we can equally hear what the lecturer is telling them. It doesn't concern me, but in a way I am supposed to concentrate. But at times, if it is a joke that the lecturer is making, we tend to listen and equally laugh along. Meanwhile, we are not there with them. But because of the sound, we get to move with them. So did you consider the nature of that very particular block? Get me right. I'm not saying the PA system is bad, but did you consider the nature? Because you would be causing noise pollution. Instead of making it sound, you would rather be promoting noise. So did you consider? Yes or no?
Yes.
So what are you going to do about it? SH block in particular. I am still stressing on that. Now we are talking about the user reducing the volume. Reducing the volume. Now you spoke about the class size being that large. So the PA system is there for the students to hear. Now with a class with a large size, you want to reduce the volume. Then the lecturer could have used the normal voice than using the microphone, because you can liken it to the lecturer standing there without using the microphone. So now look at it. This is it. The nature of the SH block has to be enclosed before you can employ that PA system. The place is open. How can you put in a system in an open place? It means those at 4 are making noise, those at 5 are doing same. The thing is supposed to be sound, but at that moment it is making noise. So please, you are still trying to justify why. Yes, I told you, I am not saying it is not important, but there is a problem you are supposed to address before you can bring in the PA system. Trust me, we will all love it when we go and we can hear our lecturers loud and clear. But if the place is open, trust me, it still doesn't change a thing. So reconsider. I just gave you something. Reconsider solving the problem that exists before you bring in the PA system. I'll come back on your policies again.
Thank you very much. I think we stand to be corrected, and I believe what you've said will really be taken into consideration, and we are so much grateful. Thank you.
Your Excellency Danso.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Her Excellency Cassandra. Right? You are all welcome.
Thank you.
Let me start with the gentleman. I don't believe in ladies first. So let me start with the gentleman. Who is the name that is? Who is the name that is well known? So that's how I'm going to address you. I hope you are fine with that.
No problem, sir.
Right, so let's do some small exercise here. Please, what, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you understand the UENR SRC Constitution? Mind you, your answer will tell me how to question you on the constitutional matters.
5.
5 over 10.
Yes, please.
How will you use that understanding to lead the SRC? Is the legal document, your appointment, every single activity that you do as a president is in that particular booklet, 156 pages. If you know just about 5%, how then can we give you the nod to go?
Thank you very much. I think that's the main motive why the president appoints the Legal Affairs Commission to assist him during his administration. And also the Constitution serves as a reference to the entire student body that we can make reference in anything that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. In your introduction, you made mention of positive footprint in your introduction. What do you mean by that? Positive footprint.
Thank you very much. So with regards to the positive footprint, it really surrounds the fact that a leader leaves something that he or she can be reminded on, that maybe under the administration of Uliku, we're able to achieve so and so.
Your legacies.
Yeah, exactly. Thank
All
you.
right. So you made mention of Alumni Connect as one of the things you want to achieve.
Yes, please.
Tomorrow, there's a program happening on campus, which is in connection to that. Are you aware? And what's the name of the program?
Honestly, to our best of knowledge, we are not aware of the
You are
program.
not aware we are having such a program that the alumni of UNE, they are organizing for us.
Yes, please.
You are not aware. Yes. You are not aware. I'm not talking about it since maybe others. I'm asking you just on, yes, the things you are saying. So maybe someone will say it. So I'm not giving the answer. So let's go. I want to, since you know about 5% of the constitutional matters, let's go there. 50%, sorry, 5 over 10. I'm asking you about loans. You want to do a lot for the SRC, just like you are doing at your department.
Yes, please.
Will you ever go in for a loan? I don't know the conditions, but will you ever go in for a loan to do the things that you want to do for the same SRC you are going to serve?
No, please.
No matter the situation around it.
It depends.
So what will be the conditions that you factor before you say that, no, let's go for loan in the name of the SRC?
Thank you very much. I believe every program or every project we bring on board is taken from the SRC coffers. And should in case we are to proceed on going for a loan, then it means both the SRC in collaboration with the management are really having the financial constraints to the particular project we really want to bring on board. Then the SRC, I believe, work hand in hand with the management. So in consultations with the management, sided with your executives, we can move on going for the
Sure,
loan.
I get you. When you say executive in this regard, who are the people you are referring to?
Okay, so thank you. The executives we are referring to is the SRC president, the SRC vice president, the SRC general secretary, the SRC financial secretary, SRC or NUGS women's commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you are telling me that Article 92 that states that we are supposed to make sure all loans that the United SRC is going for must go through parliamentary process. They, members of parliament, must first of all approve and give their own terms and conditions. That they are not part of the executives we are talking about. They shouldn't be considered.
Thank you very much. I think at this moment we've really learned a lot from you.
Thank you
and
very
we stand
much.
to be corrected. Thank you.
I want you to mention 3 ethical controversies that will determine removal of SRC executive. Even 2 will be okay with me.
The first one will be misembezzlement of funds. And the second one will be an executive engaging in a misconduct during elections.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you are aware that some students from UNE who are vying for USAC and NUGS portfolios.
Yes, please.
Who are they? If you can mention just 2 to me for me.
Mr. Isaac Mia Obey for USAC treasurer, and then Mr. Chief Abuga for USAC coordinating secretary. Thank you.
Mr. David Abuga, thank you. Should you be voted into office, what will you do to help them?
Thank you very much. So yes, most of the times we even feel proud when we are having, let's say, rep your school to represent our schools. And if we are supporting our own, not because he's just a member of this noble institution, but then he also represents us at the USAG level, and it becomes very imperative that through the SRC, in collaboration with management, can also support him. Thank you.
We have two systems of governance within UNE. Which one are we using?
The provincial system.
Do you think when you come to power, you have the power to appoint justices to the Supreme Court? Will you be appointing Chief Justice to Parliament to be approved?
To our best of knowledge, yes, but we stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Andrew,
Yes, sir.
good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Madam Cassandra, I hope you are doing good.
Yes, please.
Okay. Madam Cassandra, I hope you are doing good.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Which program are you offering?
BSc in nursing.
BSc in nursing.
Yes.
Interesting. I can see from your CV that you currently hold two different offices. One as the financial secretary for Hall 2, and another as the vice president for the Nursing Students Association.
Yes, please.
Right. Do you believe in a one-man job?
Come again.
Do you believe in one-man job? It's a yes or no question.
Yes, please.
You believe in one-man job?
Yes, please.
Interesting. Now, what's the population of the students on campus?
16,000 plus.
16,000 plus.
Yes, please.
Interesting. Let's use it. 16,000
Okay.
plus.
So, sir, please, you said on campus. So it means campuses also include the Doma campus, the Kenyase campus, and the Sunyani campus. But
Interesting.
with students on Sunyani campus, which is the main campus, it's 13,000. Thank you.
Okay. 13,000. Okay, so let's continue. I don't really want the right figure. I'm just going to make some analysis here. Okay? Yeah. Whether Doma, whatsoever, it doesn't concern me. So right now, this is the whole thing. About 13,000 students on campus. You believe in one-man job. So as it stands now, as one person, you can decide to take several portfolios from different places and execute them well. And I like the fact that you are that kind of person. You take in roles and you execute them well. Right? So,
Yes, please.
do you have a comment?
Yes, please. No comments.
Okay. So, on that, I would like for you to tell me that one thing you did as the financial secretary of Hall 2 that made a difference. I believe you are the pioneer executives, right? Yeah, so that one thing you did as a financial secretary, basically. Hey, Mr. Andrew, did you serve as the financial secretary for Hall 2?
No, please, but we are a team and we have common vision.
This is her CV, not yours. Mr. Andrew, with all due respect,
Thank
this is
you.
her CV.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, please, can you come again with your question?
I'm saying, you served as the financial secretary for Hall 2. What is that thing you did that actually has left a mark, as he said. Footprints, yes, you use that word.
Okay, so as the financial secretary of University Hall 2, mostly we manage the expenses of the Hall JCRC, which is the Junior Common Room Committee.
I'm not asking you what you are supposed to do. Okay? What did you do? Which has indicated that you are leaving a footprint.
Okay, so we as the pioneers of the JCRC executive, together with my executives, we've been able to organize programs which benefited the residents of the University Hall 2. Thank you.
States this particular program and the impact it made, basically.
Okay, so we had the Freshers Week celebration, and we also had aerobics in collaboration with Live On 2.
Okay, so on UNER campus, Sanyani, where can you locate the URO? By the way, what's URO?
University Relations Office.
So where can you locate the office?
The URO has an office in the old auditorium.
Old auditorium. Okay. Now, listen to this keenly, okay? Have you come across any social media video about our current local LNUGS president?
Yes, please.
Huh?
Yes, please.
Okay. What's your take on the video? Hey, I'm asking of your opinion. What's the take on the video? So
I think he was happy and then he expressed himself. Thank you.
thank you very much. I'll be back to you. Mr. Andrew, please, it's your CV, okay? Or you would consult. Or you can go ahead, no problem. I wouldn't have anything. On your CV leadership experience, you said you're a council member for GHI UNER chapter.
Yes, please.
What's a council member?
The council member includes the departmental reps in the engineering fraternity. That's the civil engineering president, the mechanical engineering president, electrical engineering president, petroleum engineering president, agriculture engineering president. I mean all the departmental presidents.
So you represent your department at GHI.
Yes,
that's
please.
what it means, right?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. What did you do?
As a council member, we...
Not forgetting the footprint.
Yes, please. So as a council member, we have meetings with the GHI president in order to put things in place. For instance, if there should be a GHI week, the council members meet and discuss and also make plans towards that. Thank you very much.
Yes, so the council members meet and make decisions on that.
Yes, please.
Interesting. It brings me to my final question for this particular area. Now, there was a communique that was released, okay? And that communique informed the general public that the reappointments made by the then GHIE president is nullified. And so we are going back to the first appointment that was made. This information came out as a result of a decision taken by the council members. Were you part of that meeting? Do you know about it?
No, please. I have no idea about that.
You've not seen anything of such?
Yes, please.
You've not also heard of anything of such?
Yes, please.
Interesting. So if you are telling us that you sit in GHIE, you are part of the council, and you make decisions pertaining to issues, so you are representing your people, this is a very dicey issue that popped up, yet you were not there to be part of the decision making. And even if you were not there, I think it's not just the president that represents, right? It's only the president that represents in a council meeting.
In the absence of the president, the vice president can represent him or her.
No, but the executives, it's not just the president that represents the council
Yes,
meeting.
please.
Yes, please. So definitely your executives will pass the info back to you. Did you deem it upon yourself to ask them what happened during the meeting? Or none of the executives for your department participated in this particular meeting?
Honestly speaking, this one sounds very new to me, and I have no idea about that. But then, since I'm hearing that from you and as a leader, I'll make sure I confirm that and also know what to say about that and how impact or...
I would have wanted to pull you a little bit, but they are telling me to wrap up. So, yeah. Because you can't tell me you are going to make a confirmation and you see what you do. Do what? It has already been done. Thank you very much. So this is a scenario, okay? Imagine an information has gotten to you as the SRC president, both of you, answer it together. An information has gotten to you as the SRC president that the land to which we can find the Franco hostel, believe you know the 1008, is UNER land. Okay? If this information gets to you, and with the pricing of the various rooms in the 1008, which is Franco Hostel, what would you do? Would you be able to leverage on that fact to kind of subsidize the amount for students? Or what do you think you can do with that information?
Thank you very much. I believe strongly that the university already have university halls, and if we are to find that the 1008 hostel is on UNER's land, in collaboration with the management, I think it should be very, very fair from my perspective to leverage or subsidize the price to the level that the students pay in the University Hall 1 and Hall 2 in order to make sure that there is a fair price to the students' body. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Cassandra, please, when you get to final year, there are these two systems, okay? You either defend your final year project before you write the final semester's exams, or you write the final semester's exams before you defend your final year project. Okay, some departments is splitted, okay? So with such system, which one do you think would be best for you to decide on if you become the SRC president and you had the leverage to decide on such a matter? And why?
Thank you, sir. So I think it would be best for you to write your final exams before you defend your project.
Okay, so Andrew, please,
Sir.
colors can be found in the UNER logo, and two colors and what is
We have the green, which symbolizes growth. We have the brown, which symbolizes humility. We have the, thank you.
Mr. Danso, how are you?
Please, I'm not really fine, but I pray to God Almighty I'll become fine. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Miss Cassandra, are you fine?
Yes, please.
Okay, I hope you two have eaten right. Please, I want to correct you on something on your CV. It's an impressive one, but you are level 300, right? So it's 2021 up to 2025. So it's not 2022 rather. So please take note. Please, I've gone through your policies And then I can see that you've been mentioning study room, study room. One, you said you want to make a space at the hall 1 so that they can have a study room for them. And then you came and then said here, projects and then initiatives, that you collaborate with the hall management to put chairs and then tables in the hostel rooms. So I want to ask, if you want chairs to be in the hostel room, why do you want to still establish the study room? Because I think that one will help more than the study room. Oh.
Thank you very much. So honestly speaking, in the university halls, we can't provide 4 tables and chairs for the students. So it's best if we get a study room in the university hall so that should in case students go for lectures and we have other students who want to make preparations for the other classes, they can go to the study room and prepare for other classes.
Okay, so you also mentioned of ideal study environment, so it's also part of the study, but let me not go there. Don't you think that putting chairs in the hostel rooms, and then we have some of the facilities available, the classrooms, that there are chairs and then tables where people also go, don't you think this too is enough to help the students? Because it's not all of us that comes to campus to learn. So putting chairs in the hostel rooms and then the rest coming to campus, don't you think that one is only enough than to establish a study room again? Because if we are to do that, we have to make room. I'm not sure there's any empty room at Get Fund right now. So we have to make another room, which is going to be free, rather incur cost to the hostel manager.
Thank you very much. So I really understand from your side, but then it also boils down to examination week. During exam, you may witness that most students from the university halls, if chairs or tables and chairs are provided, they can really stay in their hostels to occupy such places, so that we coming from outside hostels can also come to campus and have a good study. Thank you.
Okay, you're talking about during examinations, lecture halls are being closed. What is the capacity of the hall 2 room that you want to convert to study room? What's the capacity? How many people can it contain?
Thank you, sir. So I think it can contain about 60 tables and chairs. Thank you.
The study room at the hall 2. There is a room at hall 2 that can contain 60 tables and chairs.
Yes, please.
How many people reside in the hostels? Both hostels, hall 1, hall 2. What's the capacity of hall 2 hostel?
About 295 students.
And you can provide avenue for 60. Why don't you provide avenue for the 200 and something in their rooms? What problem are you really solving? With this initiative, what problem are you solving?
Thank you very much. I think it's much focused on not necessarily handling the entire situation, but then to try and reduce the pressure or the tension students engage when, let's say, we approach examination. So as she rightly said, if tables and chairs, 60 tables and chairs are provided, as compared to when none or we have no tables and chairs provided, as compared to that, I think it becomes best.
So what you are saying is, in an Akan adage, you say when you bona a test is wa. Sana person you need bo o de test is wa my into yan fatness.
Exactly. Thank you.
I like your vim. Please, I want to say this. Do you know that currently the LT block particularly, they've been locking it? Are you aware of that?
Yes, please.
So if they lock it. And then I'm sure if the SH2, if it has doors and then windows, that one too would have been locked. What is your take on that? Because a lot of people have, me particularly, we were in class when a security personnel came to sack us. The lecture section wasn't even over. He said he's closing the gate. So if we vote for you, what are some of the things that you are going to do about them locking it, even when it is not examination period?
Thank you very much. So it has its positive and it has its negative, and this how I'm going to answer it. Personally, I don't buy to the fact that lecture halls are being closed when students may have the opportunity to come and study. But the reason why I'm saying it has its positive and a negative aspect is that sometimes, you know, when students come to campus, let's say in the evening, they try and, you know, misuse the tables and chairs. Some even go to the fact that they take the tables and chairs to their various homes. And with that, when they give you this kind of explanation, it sounds very right. But then students also come to campus to come and study, and the classrooms are locked, you know, also hinders their opportunity to study. So this is how I'm going to answer it. This is my final conclusion. It's not right if the security, we are emphasizing much on the security for them to supervise when students are around, let's say in the evening, and the securities are around and they supervise. Because most especially I've witnessed when I was also prepping at the LT block and a security personnel was around, and I have friends who were sitting on the table. Immediately they saw the security personnel, something pushed them and they sat very, very well. So I think with that, emphasizing much on the security's impact may, you know, have a positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you. So please, I'm going to ask my last question. Introduction of the Scholarship 360 program. There's something here that I'm interested in. He said Ghana Scholarship Secretariat and then the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. Please, I don't know if you have authorities over something that the nation is providing to the students. So I don't know how that is.
Under the...
Please, page 5.
Page 5.
I know you can see page 5.
Can you please come again?
So I'm asking, you said, or you want me to read, we will use the initiative to create other opportunities for the people to have access to other scholarship opportunities, such as scholarship under the Ghana Secretariat and then Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. I want to know how you do that, because I know for a fact that that one is a national scholarship, and then we, the SRC, we don't have any control over that one. So how are you going to do that as an SRC president if you are voted into power?
All right, team dependable. Very few questions.
Thank you very much. So as the SRC president, I represent the interests of the students and also represents the students in USAC. So if the SRC works hand in hand with the USAC president, there are some opportunities stated here as the Ghana Scholarship Secretariat that can also give the students in UNED the opportunity to also apply for such scholarships, as well as the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. Thank you.
Scholarship links that we apply for it. So me, I thought you will probably have some connections where you will lobby for UNED students to also get some. That is what I was thinking, not knowing that you join the USAC and then do that one. Don't worry.
Thank you very much.
All right, team dependable.
Yes, sir.
I will brief. Right? So under entertainment. Right. You said you are going to actively use the SRC media handles to promote student talents, right? As president for MEC, how many talents have you used your social media to promote? Oh, as president for MEC, not nursing. So I want you to answer, not her.
Thank you very much. So,
Sorry, maybe with you, I didn't say it. We accepted the first thank you very much you said. So use that one to answer all the questions.
when it comes to mechanical engineering department, under my administration as the mechanical president, I realized that even in class, we have students, even while studying, they are able to.
Okay, so basically the question is, how many have you promoted?
Two.
Two.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. And there will be partnership with Greener FM to nurture student talent, like students interested in journalism. Is it that we don't have that program now and you want to introduce it, or you want to come and enhance it? Because I can see two students here who are working with Greener FM right now.
That's very true. Yes, so we have students who undergo training at the Greener FM, studying to be a journalist per se. And what motivated us to fix that in our policy was the fact that most students are really interested, but then what should be the way forward to them? That's the main motive why we also place that in our policy. Thank you.
Can you explain that a bit more? Because I think every academic year they open for application. I applied once, but I never went. So is it the case that students don't know about this, or there is something different you want to do?
I believe most students do not know about this exercise at the Greener FM.
So what you want to do is to create awareness.
To create the awareness and also support the students.
How will you support?
Supporting them, I believe, with the SRC working hand in hand with the Greener FM, it becomes more active as compared to an ordinary student approaching the Greener FM. So supporting them, meaning paving the way for them to reach the Greener FM and also have that exercise and acquire such skill. Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed. You said you are partner with the university hall management that each room is equipped with chairs and tables, right? Now, what will the university hall presidents do? Are you not taking their job?
Thank you very much.
You didn't say you are partnering with the hall president, but you said the management. Are you not going to take the job of the executives that have been elected?
Thank you very much. I think this one is a very brilliant initiative you've really brought on board, and we are going to take that into a serious consideration and also consider the hall president and give them such respect. Thank you.
Finally. You said you are going to collaborate and complete the university IT lab. Does the university have a new lab they are building? Because SH9 that you see is not for the university. It's for our department. We paid for everything. So how are you going to, because you said you are going to use it to support students for their research work and blah, blah, blah. It's not for you.
Thank you very much for enlightening us on that. But then, Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, I believe strongly that the building belongs to the IT department. Can I say it that way?
The building is not for the IT department, but the university gave it to the department, and we bought everything that will be fixed inside. So it's not for the university.
Okay, thank you. So representing the interests of the students, and I believe that even though the university has given to the IT department, one way or the other, you all pay the SRC dues. And so it becomes very imperative if the SRC is considering your department and making sure that that particular building is being, completed so that you can all benefit, and most especially the nursing students can also have the opportunity to write their licensure exams here. Thank you.
I'm saying that the completion, we've already paid for it. So it will be completed. We don't need you guys there. Let's continue.
Thank you.
Have you spoken to the current president? Because last year when he came for vetting, he said he was going to pave the footpaths on campus. His administration is in few weeks to end. He didn't lay even one pavement block. Now I can see the same policy in the document. Have you find out why? So now you haven't started that project. And what is stopping them from doing it, and how you can change that narrative?
Thank you very much. So considering Gideon Graham administration, we may all bear witness that they had a few limits for their administration, and that shouldn't be the case. But then I believe strongly that if the SRC aspirant understands the system and always puts the policies and engage the management as earlier as expected, it can be implemented, or the process can start right from the first semester, not waiting for the second semester before we try and make our initiatives or the projects start during the second semester. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew and Cassandra. I am back again. So let me commend you. You have a very good policy document. No two ways about it.
Thank you.
Now, I am being influenced to call you a leader, not a politician. But let us see what the people have to say. You have it here as continuity of existing and ongoing projects. What is the inspiration behind it? Because we know that most leaders come and they always want to implement fresh new ideas, but you want to continue something that has already been started. And to what percentage are you going to contribute to that existing or ongoing project? And just name one ongoing project that you would want to continue, because I am seeing the on-campus student learning center. I've not heard of that. I've not seen any shortcutting. So would you want to enlighten us on that project you want to continue if the mandate is given to you?
So I got the inspiration from my administration as the mechanical engineering president. We had a president who initiated the workshop program. But then when I came into power, I made sure that it became something.
Please, you come into office. You are given the power to come into office. Let us correct ourselves.
Thank you very much.
You are given the power to come into office. So, yeah.
So yes, when I came into office, I continued what he started. And I realized that even though I wasn't the one who initiated it, but at the end of the day, since I was able to contribute with my all in collaboration with my executives, my people were much interested in the fact that I was able to continue and make it something that has come to stay. So that inspired me.
Which ongoing SRC project would you like to continue if you are given the mandate? Which of them? Do you know or you don't know? Because I am very much concerned about the issue of continuity.
Yes.
It means that you want to do something different. So, which of them?
Honestly, I would want to know. Thank you.
You would want to know from my end.
Yes, I think we've stated the on-campus student learning center.
And I'm even saying with this one, I am not even aware of it. So enlighten me on it. Probably it has gotten to ABCD stage because I haven't seen any flyer or heard it on the Greener FM about any sword cutting or something in relation to the on-campus student learning center. I want you to enlighten me. Probably I have lost track. Do you know or do you not know? Because I have so many questions to ask.
Yes. During the current SRC president, when he was delivering the state of the SRC address, he made mention of the on-campus student learning center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also want to commend you on the section of your policies, which is on initiative. The 3 and the 4. I see you want to give back to the people. I pray the grace of God for you.
It is grace.
You want to bring on board the sports segment, the student something. The 3 and 4, I am very interested in them. They are very good. But with regards to the sports segment and other activities you would want to take to Greener FM, have you in any way consulted the management of Greener FM? Because they currently have a system in place. So if you are giving the mandate to come, it means that for your sake, they have to update their system. So have you consulted them yet? And what did they tell you?
Please come again.
Really?
Please.
I am talking about the sports segment and other shows you would want to take to Greener FM. They have an existing program outline which runs from Monday to Sunday. Now, for your sake, you would want them to update whatever they are doing. And I am asking you whether you have consulted the management of Greener FM with regards to these initiatives of yours. It's a yes or no affair. Have you consulted them yet?
No, please.
So it is going to be an aftermath. So what is the inspiration behind your policy on security 2V? Where is the inspiration on that from? Security 2V.
So what's really inspired us, Team Dependable, was the sad incident that happened when our dear renewable engineering students were embarking on a field trip and they met such a sudden incident. And it really saddens my heart as a student leader to also make or bring out something that can really cure that particular incident. Thank you.
So unfortunately, I am one of them, and I'm here vetting you.
So sorry.
So the last one, you have it in here as a 10-year SRC strategic plan. Is there any roadmap? And I like the last sentence whereby you said you would want to pass it through the Parliamentary Council, meaning that you want it to be there. That is very good. How would you go about it, and where are you going to start from? Because you cannot just draft a plan? Or do you want to be the seed whereby you would draft for someone to come and water them so that they grow?
Yes. So with the development of a 10-year SRC strategic plan, it's just focused on giving the students the view of what we should expect during 10 years. I think as a leader, one way or the other, we should have that vision that if I complete and leave University of Energy and Natural Resources, I expect that 10 years later, the university should get number of buses, should get this kind of infrastructure. So yes, it's a kind of projecting the view of the future. Thank you. And I made mention of some of the things we really focus. That's the enhancing the student study environment, fostering a culture of academic excellence, and promoting initiatives to support student success, and etc. Thank you.
Okay, so Team Dependable, Andrew and Cassandra, be the rock that the transformation of UNE SRC and the entire school will be on if the students are to give you that mandate. Because your policies, if you sit down on it very well, you can really transform the school. And no, we need a leader. We don't need a politician. So
Exactly.
if you come and play with us, I believe the students will also play with you.
Exactly.
All the best.
Thank you.
Andrew and then Cassandra. Okay, so let me make a correction before I move on. When you came in, they asked you, what's your name? You mentioned your surname first. That's wrong, okay? When you are asked what's your name, mention your first name first, in that order, your middle name, and then you go to your last name. Are you okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I must say that I'm actually impressed, okay? Your
Thank
policy
you.
document is on point.
Thank
You
you.
are doing very well. Yes, because so far, all the candidates we've had, we've not had anyone talking about continuity. But
Thank you.
You've realized that if they leave something behind, you have to complete it. Please, it's okay. So I want you to, both of you, starting from Andrew, can you please conduct a SWOT analysis of your leadership abilities? Do you know a SWOT?
Can you break it down?
SWOT is spelled SWOT.
SWOT.
Do you know the meaning?
No, please, but I'll be glad if you tell me.
Okay, so I want you to conduct the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of your leadership abilities, okay? Because we have to know what you would be able to do, your strengths and your weakness, and how you will leverage upon your threats to achieve your opportunities. Are we together? So starting from you.
Thank you very much. So with the strength, I'll say my strength will be discipline. In a sense that I'm so disciplined that when I deliver, let's say, work to my executives, I make sure that they give it their all. Giving their all is not just the case, but then they give it and give it very, very well. And if they fail to do it, I give it to them and really give it to them to the extent that they feel like I'm stretching them. Thank you.
Okay. I love that aspect. You are disciplined that you can bring your committee members to order. Because currently, as using our SRC, we have ceremonial portfolios. They are just appointed, they are there, they do nothing, and at the end they take certificates and citations. So if you are telling us on record that you are going to hold them accountable for the tax you will be giving to them, that's a great thing. So please, let's move on to your weakness. What's your weakness?
So my weakness would be perfectionist.
Go ahead.
So it's perfectionist. Anytime I've been given tasks, I make sure I deliver my all. So it becomes my weakness when I deliver something to my executives and they feel that I am stretching them to the extreme. And with that, it becomes, it's really.
I think your explanation is not coming. I was expecting you to say being a perfectionist, it makes you to waste a lot of time trying to bring the correctness in everything. And that one, it delays your work.
Exactly.
So that's okay, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would like to start with my weakness. My weakness is multitasking. And then my definition for multitasking is doing 2 or more taxes at a time. So it means that I cannot do 2 or more taxes at a time, but rather in a case where I find myself to complete 2 taxes at a time, I try to give some to my executives and other committee members so that at the end we can all achieve similar goals. And then my strength is tolerance. Tolerance in the sense that I believe in teamwork. I believe that when we come together to share different opinions and then we pick one as the best, it will be right for the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. So, please, have you, what gave you the opportunity to take her as your vice? What inspired that? Why didn't you go for a guy?
Thank you very much. I think what's really inspired me was the fact that we shared common vision. And aside that, I realized that Miss Cassandra Boachi is having the leadership skills. As it stands, she is the nursing vice president and she's also the financial secretary for her too.
Okay, Cassandra, what have you achieved as nursing vice president? One significant thing you have done.
Okay, so as the vice president of Nursing Students Association, what I have been able to achieve is that together with my clinical coordinator, we make sure that students have clinical experience during the semester. Thank you.
Are you telling me that thing has not been there? You introduced it?
No, please.
So what are you saying?
What I'm trying to say is that although I did not implement it, but we could have just abolished it. Just because we have, let me say, level 200, they study at least 10 courses per semester, and then that alone is okay for the semester instead of adding the clinical experience to their timetable.
So I want you both to tell me what's happening currently in the country.
We have the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, launching the manifesto. And it's a trend.
It's a trend. What about it?
I think one significant about that manifesto, I think it was held at Takrady. So the masses and the numerous people that came were so impressive. And that's one thing I know about.
Do you want to be like the current Vice President of Ghana?
I'll say a yes and a no.
Yes and a no. Why? Why yes and why no?
Yes, because it was under the administration that most students enjoy the free SHS, of which I am part. No, because
Do you have a role model in leadership?
Yes, please.
You have. Who is your role model?
My father.
Who is your father? Is he a leader?
Mr. Roxen Danso.
Is he a leader?
He's a minister of God.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Danso and Cassandra, thank you so much for coming in. I have some questions from the people, but it appears that all the questions have been asked the ones that at least I am having now. Overview of the student statistics. I think someone asked and you mentioned some figure. You have spoken about security on campus. So I'm not going to ask these ones. And earlier in the morning, somebody wrote a question about religion. And then I said I'm not going to ask. So any question about what are you going to do to support a particular religion? We all need support in some regard. So I'm also not going to ask that particular question. Question about washroom being in an unpleasant state. I believe we have discussed that issue as well. So I'm not going to ask this one. Someone wants to know who is behind this policy. Who did you collaborate with to come up with this policy?
Thank you very much. So I collaborated with my vice or my running mate, Cassandra Boache, and we powered this policy up. Thank you.
There is nothing wrong with you being mentored by someone. I deem it to be, that's why he asked who your role model is, because we believe that somebody is coaching you.
Exactly.
So in terms of UENR SRC and the position that you are vying for, who is coaching you?
I think I have my very dear lecturers, a lecturer like Mr. Edupoku, who has been in supportive in my administration, and not forgetting the man himself.
It's okay.
Dr.
It's
Felix
okay.
Uba.
It's okay.
Thank you.
We all have coaches, right? All our lecturers are our coaches. What's your take on e-voting?
E-voting, it depends on the kind of administration is going to be implemented. When it comes to UENR, I believe strongly that with the kind of system UENR has, it will be very, very difficult for UENR to implement the e-voting. But then I believe strongly that days coming, we can get the enough instruments to implement the e-voting. Thank you.
So what is lacking? What is UENR missing that UENR cannot implement e-voting?
Most times,
with a kind of system, just explain that.
The kind of system being a sense that most at times students find it very difficult to even access their portal. And putting that aside, before we the aspirants decided not to agree for us to have the e-voting, we tested at the pavilion and we realized that the system that was proven to us wouldn't really help us because someone who has already completed school can even vote. And with that,
how sure are you about that?
I was there myself and an alumni access to the link they shared and he was able to vote.
Do you know what piloting means?
No, please, but I'll be very glad if you tell me.
So when we are piloting a system, we are using a scenario to test the functionalities of the system. Was the person able to vote or not?
He was able to vote.
And that is what the piloting was about. It wasn't about eligibility. It was about demonstrating the voting process, which was done. So in how many years' time do you think UENR will be ready for e-voting?
Honestly speaking, I don't really know the number of years. But I believe that as we proceed, there are new things for all of us to learn. And I believe strongly that by then, we would have gotten all the equipment to implement that. Thank you.
Mr. President, you are coming to occupy a position, and as much as possible, when you are making some statements, you have to be very circumspect. Statements like sometimes students even find it difficult to access their portal. You understand?
Thank you very much.
All right, there are a lot of questions here, but I believe you have exhausted the time and even 10 minutes beyond the actual 60 minutes that we allocated. Just as they said, you have a very good policy, which we have assessed. And then once again, your cumulatives are very impressive. Even if you do hard work and then it keeps reducing, I'm sure you still have some coins to go home with. So I wish you the very best of luck. And as usual, and as usual, I am going to give you 2 minutes to tell us, the panel members, why your recommendation is very crucial, and to tell the students why they should vote for you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Honestly speaking, I believe strongly that deep down in me, I have a very good policies for the students, of which I can also implement. And you all may bear witness that there are some policies that we really put in to win the hearts of the students. But then I am much focused on the fact that I make and leave a very good footprint in the lives of students. So panels, as it stands, the aspirants are many. But then I believe strongly that from your experience with me so far, you will realize that I'm not just coming for the position for personal aggrandizement, but then I want to make a huge impact in the lives of students. Thank you very much. Honorable students, this is Uleku Fair Play. The name has a meaning. It means the optimistic leader eagerly keen on uplifting. And that's Uleku. I'm here to make a very positive impact in the lives of students. I'm not here for the position to aggrandize myself, but then I want to make a very good impact before I leave here. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. Okay, so we are beginning with the next session, and as usual, the movement should kindly sit for us. For the records, kindly state your name, program, and the position you are vying for.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. So my name is Phoebe Ajo Apelete. I'm in BSc Statistics Level 300, and I'm vying for the SRC presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Otnel Villas Abraham. I'm a Level 300 Medical Laboratory Science student. I'm an SRC Vice Presidential aspirant. Thank you.
Madam President, to be, what is your name in our records, the school's records? What's your official name on the school records?
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
I accepted the first one. Thank you for the opportunity. Please use that thank you for the opportunity till the end of this
Yes.
conversation.
Yes, please. Phoebe Apelete.
Where from the Adjo? Do you have a twin?
No, sir.
Are you impersonating someone?
No, sir.
Because you are two different people. The official transcript says Phoebe Apelete. Is that right?
Yes, Apelete.
And this one has Ajo. So how do we reconcile?
Well, sir, please pardon me for that mistake. I think it's a mistake I would have to rectify.
It's a mistake you would have to rectify. What's your current level?
Level 300.
Since when has this mistake persisted?
First year.
First year, and you're in level 300. And you haven't been able to correct a mistake with your official records. What name do you have on your WASI certificate?
Phoebe Ajo Apelete.
So where is the Ajo? The Ajo, where is it? So you haven't been able to correct a simple mistake on your name, which could have adverse effects and consequences for you. And you want us to give you what are you here for?
SRC president.
You want us to give you such a position. How? Oh, I want to know how. I want to know. How? Ajo, what do you want to do for UENR SRC? Why do you want to have this position?
Okay, so basically what I want to do for the UENR SRC is to create an environment of inclusivity where students feel that their needs or their concerns are heard and they are effectively articulated to the right people and the right channels of communication.
How many people are contesting for SRC position this academic year?
Currently 5.
Five.
including Me, yes.
Every one of them said what you just said. How different are you?
Well, I believe that uniquely we all have something that we can offer. And
That's something that you want to offer the student of UNED. That's what I want you to tell me.
So I believe that personally, with how deterministic I am, if the students are given their consent to me, I'm not just going to articulate them and just...
Do you have policies?
Yes, sir.
What's your topmost policy?
The Chimpe policy.
How many policies do you have inside there? The Chimpe policy is a policy inside your policy.
It's under the academic policy.
It's under the academic policy. I'm
Yes.
interested in that. What is it about?
So the Chimpe policy...
You want you and your vice to share the money equally. Chimpe. Mbedi Chimpe.
No, sir. So the chamber policy is about bringing back the 50% fee payments for every semester. So you pay 50% first semester, you pay the next 50% the next semester.
What
That's
is the
what's about.
current arrangement?
70.
Is it 70%? Hello. Currently, I don't know if per the school's policy it is 70%, but I know that per the portal settings, it was set to 50% for registration. So that is why you want to vie for the position so that we give you the opportunity and then you tell us that we should pay 50-50, which is already there. I think 50-50 is already in existence. I don't know if it has been changed back to 70-30, but that's what I know. What other thing again do you want to do? But that's for 50-50. You can go to management. Just speak with them. Dean of Students is here. He's a father for all of us. Just go and talk to Dean. Dean, please, the student payment, you can make it 50-50 for them. You don't need to come for this position to be able to implement 50-50. You can advocate as a student, and it will be done. Yeah, you can even get signatures of students as a policy. You want them to sign a petition. Then you petition the Dean of Students that we want our student to have 50-50. You don't need to be SRC president to do this. Why do you want to be an SRC president?
As I stated, I want to be SRC presidency to be able to make sure that each and every student on campus feels the presence of that SRC presidency, feels that they are heard, feels that their concerns are noticed, feels that they are effectively perpetrated and established for them on campus.
Hallelujah. I like the gospel you are preaching. Okay. Don't be a preacher, man. How many policies do you have inside the network policy?
Please, we have 5.
What is your next policy?
The first one I said was under the academic policies. So under the academic, the next one is the...
No. I am talking about your topmost priority. And then you said 50-50, which I'm giving you another opportunity to select another policy within your policy, which you think it's of priority. So that if you come and because of something, we are unable to get money for you to implement the things you want to implement, which among your policies do you want to do? And how is it going to benefit the student and the school? Yes.
So we have students care. Under that is the Wahala Week 50% discount market policy. So in the university, right, there are semesters, let's say from the beginning of the semester, you come to school with a lot of money in your pockets, you have a lot of provisions, so you live freely. But there are certain times in the semester where there's hunger. You literally call home and you don't get money to feed yourself, or your groceries are like out of stock. So that policy is to support students during those challenging times, where we establish a 50% discount market during the Wahala Week, a period of increased financial challenges. Yes.
Please, 50% discount on what? You walk to Ama Gobe, and then you tell Ama that, Ama, a plate of Gobe is 10 cedis. Kindly reduce it to 5 cedis. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so we'd create the 50% discount on essential goods. Essential goods like rice, oil, spaghetti,
From
gari.
where? Which market?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Or you will give 50% of the money to the student to add their 50%, or you have a store that the things are there that you are going to reduce the amount for the. I want to really understand this.
All right, so the policy is going to be done through soliciting of funds. However, we are going to speak to vendors, and we are going to also negotiate with companies to come on board to support this initiative. People are going to do donations on behalf of that. And
So-
how it's going to be done, sorry.
Wonderful. I like the first one. What was the first one that you gave? You gave some solutions. The first solution you gave, no, when you were giving me the answer, I gave a first solution. It was really sweet. I want you to repeat it to know whether you know what you're talking about.
Soliciting of funds and
That's not what you said.
speaking to vendors.
That's not what you said. You said those ones, but the first one that you said, I felt that was more feasible with respect to the 50%. So it's more or less like you want people to bring you the goods, people are going to donate things to you, then you are going to sell it to the students at a discounted price of 50%. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, please.
Are you aware of the Wukong Food Bank?
Yes, please. We are aware of that.
How different is the Wukong Food Bank from, how different is it?
Thank you. So the Wukong Food Bank is for women. However, the SRC represents the entire student body, both men and women. And this is going to effectively be distributed to all the student body.
Miss, should we form MENCOM? Guys, should we form MENCOM? All right, you're welcome. And then I want to believe that you speak to your policies and then you convince this panel as to why we should recommend you to the students to vote for you to become the next SRC president and vice. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
The network. Okay. You are welcome. Madam Presidential Aspirant, I will start with you. I normally do not do ladies first, but I will start with you. I will not be doing with your policies. I'll be doing some few things. Are you aware some students are, I'll come to you with the legalities. I've seen here that you're a student lawyer. Is that true?
Yes, please.
I'll come to you. We have about 4 lawyers here. You know them? Okay, that's fine. But it's in your CV. Even suspended, you have the knowledge, so I'll come to you. Madam Presidential Aspirant, we have some students who are aspiring for NUGS and USAC portfolios within UNER. Are you aware?
Yes, please.
You know the names, even 2.
Mr. Sika. Pardon me, I don't know the name of the other candidate.
That's fine. Should you be elected as the president of UNER SRC, what are you going to do to help these people, they are 4, to achieve these goals that will be selling the name of UNER SRC?
Thank you very much. So, if elected as SRC president, I would not have been sworn in before their elections will happen. However, I can rally my support behind them as a student of the University of Energy and Natural Resources.
Why are you not the vice but the main?
Okay. Thank you very much. So
We took the first thank you, so you go ahead.
So I'm the main because after careful considerations and
Go ahead. We don't have much time.
Okay. So I'm the face of this because we start. Yes, please. Please, is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. So we sat down to discuss a few things, and then we realized that regardless of wherever that you are, we can still make an impact.
Okay. Mr. Vice Presidential Aspirant, suspended SBA member, but still you are a lawyer. On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you understand the United States Constitution? Note, your answer will determine how I ask you my legal questions.
Thank you. First and foremost, I believe the Constitution is a reference document. So I can't have full understanding or knowledge of it, but there are situations whereby I can refer. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give myself a 4 or a 5 over 10.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll ask you the questions based on 4. So let's start like this. We have 2 systems we are running within the United States. Do you know the 2 systems of governance we have?
Yes, please.
Mention them.
The federal and the province system.
Are you having information that we've been asking that question?
No, sir. No, sir.
What or which of these 2 are we using now?
The province system.
So Gideon is a provincial president?
I believe so.
Should you be elected as the vice president, are you going to advise your boss to appoint people to the Supreme Court?
Yes, please.
You just said we are using the provincial system.
Yes, please.
Do you think the provincial president has the power to appoint people to the Supreme Court? How many Supreme Courts do we have here within our SRC?
Personally, I know of one.
One.
Yes.
And a provincial president here in Sunyani will appoint to the Supreme Court. Provincial in Doma will appoint. Provincial in Kenya will appoint. Is that how it works?
No, please. Under normal circumstance, the federal president should appoint.
So in the case that we do not have federal president as we speak, what happens to the Supreme Court?
I think the provincial president can do that.
In what capacity?
In his capacity as the SRC president of the province of the school.
Shouldn't he be appointing justices to the provincial court? We have the provincial court.
I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge about that.
Ethical misconducts. Have you ever heard of that?
To some extent, yes.
What are some of the things that as executive of the SRC, if you do, per our constitutional establishment, you can be taken out of office? 3.
Embezzlement of funds, inappropriate behavior. Example, raping someone or something, a criminal offense. Thirdly, not being able to work effectively.
That can take you out of your office?
To some extent.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you know the happenings within the SRC activities?
I don't know much. A 5 over 10.
5?
Yes, please.
You are the MELSA president, right?
Yes, please.
What have you been able to achieve as the MELSA president that you want us to give you opportunity to become the vice president?
Thank you very much. As MELSA president, I believe I've achieved a lot. First and foremost, we bought speakers for the association. This was to curb the issue of going to rent speakers at a cost of 300 cedis, 400 cedis per every program. So we decided to buy speakers for the association, hence saving the association from such extra cost. Secondly, as a president, I think very much of my members, the members of the association. There are many entrepreneurs in the association, but we realized that their goods and services weren't that productive and they weren't having that opportunity to market themselves and show themselves as much. So we brought an initiative called Melsa Wednesday Market. With this initiative,
Okay, if you are to explain, we will delay. My time is almost up. What is your assessment of the current administration, the current SRC administration?
I think they are doing well so far, but because they don't have much time, there is more room for improvement.
Do you know of the cafeteria at Doma?
I've heard of it, but I've not
Have
seen
you
it.
seen the washroom at the pavilion?
Yes, please.
The administration that did that, they had same time just like this administration. Do you still think what you are seeing is because of their time frame?
Not per se. I feel it all boils down to the priority of the current government.
So what are they not doing right that your administration will do?
Personally, I'm not well informed about their policies and their priorities. But as a president or as a vice president, I intend on, apart from our policies, going to the students, listening to their concerns, listening to their cries, and drawing a suitable plan to address that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Okay. Mr. Abraham, I believe you are doing good. What's the name of that thing on your hair?
It's just a trademark. I just love to do that.
It's a trademark. What's it called?
A boy.
A boy. Interesting. I like your outfit, by the way.
Thank you very much.
If I say 9:15, what does it mean? What is the time?
9:15.
9:15. Interesting. I realize you've held a lot of portfolios from your CV.
Yes, please.
Looking at your CV, I'm trying to get questions to actually. I'm not getting anything. Yeah. But what's your strength?
Thank you very much. My strength is I'm a team player. Judging from my CV, I've held a lot of positions. During that period, I've been able to collaborate with a lot of people. I've been able to work with a lot of people. So I will call myself a team player.
So what's your weakness?
My weakness is, personally, I'm able to accommodate a lot of views from a lot of people. Hence, people see me as lenient, but I don't think it's a weakness, but people see it as a weakness.
Thank you very much. Show me your left.
Please come.
Show me your left. Show me your left.
Uh, 5:37.
Your left is not your left.
Yes, please.
That's interesting. Madam Phoebe, pronounce your name right. Okay. You guys, you have almost the same thing. You are part of the UFS.
Yes, please.
United Forensic Society. What's the name of the current president of UFS?
Mr. Rafiu.
You are the first person I'm seeing telling us that she's a pro in English language. She says she's a pro in English language.
Maybe it speaks to the fact that for the first time, someone has been able to answer your question. Show me your left.
So equally tell me your strength, okay?
Thank you very much. So my strength is mostly in communication. So from my CV, you can see I've taken a lot of moderating roles. And my,
Oh, go ahead.
yes, please, that's my strength.
Okay, so look at her, equally look at him, and tell me what's wrong with your dressings. Okay, so tell me what's wrong with his outfit, his dressing.
Please, there's nothing wrong with his dress.
There's nothing wrong. Okay. Equally tell me what's wrong with her.
Personally, there is nothing wrong except the folded sleeves.
Okay, I wouldn't continue with this. What's your favorite riddle back at kindergarten?
My favorite.
Riddle.
Okay. Row your boat. Na, 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 na.
So you please recite it for me.
Well, it's been a long time. I'm not really familiar with the words now, so.
Oh, okay. Mr. Abraham.
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm just taking you guys through some swift stuff. Okay, so I'm giving you a case study. Please, I know you are supposed to be critical thinkers and problem solvers, okay? So listen to it very carefully and answer it, okay? One question for both of you. It's not science and math quiz. I don't get why you guys are planning to write. Okay, so we have we normally do what we call the attachment on campus, and it's part of the courses we are supposed to undertake as students in the University of Energy and Natural Resources. But currently there are two systems. One is of the fact that people use a particular semester, the full semester, to undertake the attachment, and the other one is during the vacation they undertake that particular attachment. If you become the SRC president and you have the opportunity to make a decision on such a case, which one would you actually go for and why? Please, you don't have the whole day.
So, if we are elected as SRC president, we would prefer with consultation to go with during vacation,
And why?
because we believe that primarily students are here to gain more knowledge and then gain the practical aspect after. So vacation, after getting the top up during the theoretical aspect during the semester, they can top up with the practical ones during vacation.
Okay, interesting. Are you a feminist? Are you a feminist?
Please, can I get more elaboration on what you would define as a feminist?
So, okay, I'll just explain it. Don't answer. Okay, so a feminist is simply someone who believes that ladies should always be ahead. Okay, he wants to always put ladies everywhere, irrespective. Okay, wants to empower ladies, but then empower them to a different level. That's a feminist. Okay, yeah. So please answer. Are you a feminist? And let me give the mic out.
Thank you. So if it's to empower ladies, I believe in that. But to say ladies should be ahead of all things in all times, that is not something I would always side with, because we all have different capabilities and we should all be given the opportunity to vie and contest for things or stand in places that our qualities allow us to.
Miss Phoebe and Master Abraham, right? I hope you are fine.
Yes, please.
So, Phoebe, I have your CV here with me. Work experience. I want to know, is work experience the same as leadership experience?
I believe so.
You believe so? So if you are working, you are a leader.
I believe that in Please, may I go on?
Yes, please.
Yes,
You
I
can.
believe that if during that period you were given some tasks or you were designated certain tasks and you were given certain people to supervise, then yes.
So you are telling me that everyone who is working is a leader.
Per what I said, if you've been designated a certain task and you've been given certain people to supervise, yes.
So you came for, this is a leadership position you are going for. Okay, your CV, you should tailor it in that regard. Because you are giving us work experience. You've really had a lot of moderator job to do. But that is not what we want. We want to know your leadership experience. So when you are going for a particular interview or vetting, tailor it to the purpose of which you are going. Am I making sense?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. So
You're welcome.
my first question to you, do you know what the affirmative action bill is?
So the affirmative action bill was passed by Parliament to encourage women to excel in certain fields that they usually do not go into. Let's say like mining and some of the engineering sectors.
Can you elaborate on that? Are you saying it's just about the job side?
Yes. Please, it was just an example. It's not just about the job side, but all works of life where women usually desist from going, or women are not usually encouraged to go there.
Okay, so is that why you decided to go for SRC president and he your vice?
No, please.
So my second question to you is, do you think that empowering, like women, we've been empowered so much, do you think so? Vice P, please, let her answer her question.
Please, can I get a question again?
My question is, do you think that women, we've had enough empowerment, and men, we are not empowering them? Are we saying that they are empowered at birth?
Okay, so comparatively, I believe that personally, women are not empowered enough. To say this because just a few weeks ago, I met a first-year hospitality student who told me that she's not aware females can stand for SRC presidency. So it means that women have not been empowered enough. However, I also believe that men also have equal chances of being empowered. Just like Oliver Twist, we can always work for more.
Please, hello, please. If you want to clap, we have to finish everything. You are distracting us. Respectively, please. Thank you. So, you are saying that because the level 100 student told you that, what was her reason for saying that?
She actually has no idea about it.
That she didn't think ladies can go for SRC president?
She actually didn't know.
Without a reason?
She actually didn't know. It means that she has not been privy to that information.
So do you think that with the Office of the Women's Commissioner on campus, we are being fair to the gents?
Please, I believe we are not being unfair to men because our society has been structured in a way that now we want to utilize the slightest opportunities that we get to bring certain form of balance in society.
Come again.
I believe that they are not being unfair to men because now in our society, we would want to utilize the slightest opportunities that we have to get that balance in society in terms of gender and their role.
Okay, so tell me, who is the immediate past local NUGS president of UNE?
Mr. Kelvin from Pong.
And who is the immediate past SRC president?
His Excellency Emmanuel Swanzi Bafo.
Why didn't you add His Excellency to the local NUGS or his own? He's not part.
Pardon me for that.
Okay. So I want to know, what do you want to be remembered for?
I want to be remembered, or I want our governance to be remembered as one that constantly head the students and constantly push.
This is English you are talking. We know you would want people to come to you and tell you their wants and their needs. But have you had a survey and then you've had a pressing issue that you would want to solve? If not a survey, have you identified any pressing issue that you would want to solve, that you think that after that thing, you will really leave a mark behind? That anywhere you are, they'll say, Phoebe did this. Like we can say Swansea finished the UNER village for us.
Thank you very much. So on the survey last year, my team and I went round to ask students their challenges and how best they can be solved. We got numerous of them. However, in our best interest, if we are elected, we believe that we can work as a team to identify that particular thing that we want to leave a mark on, because there are a couple of things that we got that are all pressing needs of the students.
You are speaking English. What do you want to be remembered for? Just tell me. I feel you don't know what you have on your policy document, because it's like you don't know what you want to do. Is that the case?
No, please.
So tell me, what do you want to be remembered for? I cited an example. Frames that gave us the monument. UNER is home. So what do you want to be remembered for?
I would want to be remembered for a couple of things, but most importantly, the establishment of a 24-hour reading room.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Want to be remembered for? I cited an example.
How are you?
I'm blessed, please. What about you?
I'm also doing well. Is it okay? Let me say Abraham. I think I'm familiar with Abraham. Please, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll first ask you, please, what is your take? Have you been coming to campus frequently? Like
Yes.
evening time, and then daytime? Let's say somewhere around 6, 7 there.
Yes, please.
You've been coming there. Have you noticed that the LT block, they lock it these days?
Yes, please.
Have you inquired why they lock it?
Yes, please.
Can you please tell me?
So what we found out was the issue of the chairs, and also the chairs being relocated from one classes to the other. And the other thing is about the place being kept tidy for the people to come and clean them the next day.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
So the first thing that we got from inquiring about why they are locked is about the chairs being relocated. And then the second thing we got was from the place being kept tidy for the next morning lecture.
And then what do you think about that? Because I think the path is also open. It's an open space. And then chairs can be moved from there to other lecture rooms. So what do you think about that? Should it be locked per the reasons that they are giving you or not?
Thank you very much. So after careful consideration with my team on this particular issue, that is why we decided to establish the 24-hour reading room, because we believe that students should be given access to a place where 24 hours, it's open 24 hours, where they can go there and study and also refresh their minds.
So meaning when you are voted into power, you allow us to use that particular room?
Yes, we would establish that 24-hour reading room where you can access it anytime.
Okay, you let me move from that and then come to your policy. Please, policy number 5. You said security. I want to know, you stated here that security personnel should be visible, approachable, and responsive to students' needs. Is it that the university security men, they are not approachable or what? And then I want you to explain that. I'm adding up a question. What about those in campus? What are you going to do about that one? Because it's in here that they should employ trained security men. And then are you going to pay them?
please, I'm not really finding the. Okay, thank you very much. So under the security, we have the policy statement which says that establishment of security for standards for hostels. Now, when elected into power, our government is going to negotiate with management to get security at their hostels, that is the hostels on the hostel app, because these hostels have been evaluated and recommended for students. So they are going to have security with because we are concerned about the safety of each and every student on campus.
Please, I want to be clear on this. Don't you think that these particular hostels, they are private hostels, they are on their own? Are you sure they are going to take this one in consideration? Because I doubt that you have, because the hostel manager or the managers will tell you they have to pay the security men, and the which the SRC is not going to contribute anything to it. Probably already have cleaners and other people, but no security men. So how are you going to let them buy into this particular idea?
Thank you very much. So advancement has been made towards that particular issue. They are currently setting we believe that with good negotiations, hostel managers are going to consider having security people there. But it's a necessity for them because they are students living there. And these students are under the Student Representation Council. So it is our duty to ensure that they are safe.
So I would want the hostels and not hostels. What do you also have for us in terms of
the team spoke to the policemen that come on patrol. Usually they stand around frames. We spoke to them and we raised concerns about security. So they extended their patrol. However, when elected into government, we are looking forward to talk to them to expand their securities around campus.
So, if I'm clear, that means when you come into power, that's why you are going to do that to extend it. Well, that is up to you. So I want to ask you a few questions to add up to whatever that I've asked you before. Please, what are some of the trending issues on campus? Please, I don't know who do we have here, please. I don't want who do we have here, please.
The just ended telecell turn-up. Yeah.
Okay, so if that is what is trending for you, I want to ask, did you hear cases that people's phones and then some of their possessions have been stolen at that particular event? I want to know, is it that the securities were not doing their work or it's the fault of the students? Because I want to be sure and then ask you a top-up question. Your answer will determine the question that I'm going to ask you.
Thank you very much. Personally, I would say they are hearsays. I haven't really looked into it to ask if those things really happened and which students were affected, because we had other people from the town coming in who were not students. So I'd really want to get more information on that before I share my
so me, I have information. I know one girl whose phone was snatched. So is it her fault or is it the security men's fault? I want to know.
Thank you very much. For such programs, I really can't point fingers as to whose fault it is. But I believe that for next programs that will be organized that will have huge numbers of people, would put in a lot of measures to make sure such things do not happen.
Okay, so I want to know some of the measures because we have the SRC welfare, which students can go there if anything happens to them. They give them some small money. If a student's phone gets missing, he or she is made to bring some receipts to prove that really the phone belongs to her, and then they give her something. Do you have any measure to it, any solution to that particular problem where student phones are being snatched so that it will prevent and then save the SRC money?
So answering that question, I would, as much as I would want to give the measures that we put in place, we have the welfare committee, and we believe in delegation of powers, where we have delegated them to cater for the welfare of the students. So they are going to present their views to us, if elected, on how they want to cater for those needs of the students. And would also engage the security on how best we can solve such issues.
Okay, so I'm just saying this. It's not a question. Me, I believe that we all we are entitled to whatever that happens to us most of the time. So why not, educate the students and then tell them not to probably come with their phones. I think that one will be safe because they were still security men and then their phones got snatched. Don't you think about that one too? Because waiting for the welfare, you are not even in that position. The welfare is still going to cost us money. So why not, educate them to, or tell them to leave their phones at their various hostels, then they come for the program, and then when they go home, they can use it basically. It's just a suggestion, so you can choose to take it.
The network.
We're there for you.
So I want you to define a sportsman. A sportsman. Who is a sportsman?
We would define a sportsman as someone who engaged in sporting activities.
All right. So under your third policy, sports and entertainment, you have an allowance that you want to allocate or negotiate and secure for sportsmen. All right. So should my class, every guy come and say they are sportsmen, would they enjoy the allowance?
So with that, we work hand in hand with the sporting committee and the sports directorates because they are the ones who know the active sportsmen on campus.
Yes, because that is not stated. So I think it's a blanket statement. We cannot take the opportunity to enjoy. Now, you spoke about reliable shuttle system. That have been done some few years back. I think a couple of times it failed. Have you found out what the reasons are why it failed and how you can resolve those challenges?
To our knowledge, it failed because of communication, because most of the students were not really aware of the shuttle system.
So if you fix the communication parts, the shuttle system works perfectly.
Not perfectly. However, we believe that there are other measures that are not known to us or other things that do not make it work that are not known to us.
All right. So this policy, creation of washrooms for ablution policy, this is not to disrespect my Muslim people, but why the essence of having a private washroom for Muslims? Should traditionalists like myself come and say, I want a shrine or something? Will your administration provide that as well?
Thank you very much. So this policy was one that was not requested by the Muslim community. However, from keen observation from the network and from inquiries we did from other students, we realized that the Muslim community, anytime they have to pray, they wash their hands, their feet under the polytanks, and which is not really nice for them. They deserve places of secrecy to be able to perform their ablutions. We also noted that when you go to Hall 1, most of them used to use the washrooms at Hall 1, especially C-floor, but they are now posted saying that they should not perform ablutions there. These people are also part of the student community. They deserve to have such places to be able to perform their ablutions. That is why we added it to our policies.
All right. So under the student care, you were focused on helping students get 50% discount on groceries, right? For students to remain in school and reach Wahala Week, that person have to pay fees, all right? Now you spoke about your policy. Why didn't you talk about any scholarships and industry, whether to enhance it, to help students remain on campus till they get to the Wahala Week? Because you are interested in what we put in our stomach, but what to keep us in Sunyani is not really here.
Thank you very much. So we believe that in either one science scholarship, even if we enhance it as much, it wouldn't reach every student on campus. That is why in our very best, we decided that we will bring back the 50% discount. To add up to it, there exists the student loan where students who cannot pay their fees can opt for the loan to pay for their fees.
Okay, so I think you have been asked about what you wanted to do in UNER, but in your document, there is no legacy project. So does it mean you don't have any physical project you want to do in your tenure of office?
Please, we spoke about the establishment of the 24-hour reading room.
Oh, is it a new room you will be building, or you are converting an existing room to the study room?
A new room we'll be building.
You have a new building. All right. So I think somewhere this semester, I paid my school fees, but due to network issues, I wasn't able to register, only to pick my phone one time and realize that I've been sent a deferral message, all right? I'm in level 400. So should all level 400s who have been deferred automatically decide that? Okay, so like I said, my challenge was network, even though I finished paying my fees. Now, if we decide we are going to take the school on, will you help us do that? It wasn't our fault. Yeah.
Please, when you say you take the school on, can you elaborate it for me?
Yeah, so I've been deferred without my faults, all right? So I want to go to court and reclaim my school fees from 100 to 400 and go home.
I believe that the network issue is one that is out of hand of the institution. However, there are ways where we can resolve it rather than going straight to court. There are measures you can put in place to address this issue.
Okay, so as a leader of the student fraternity, should we have issues, okay? We spoke about it for a long time. Management is not minding us. And we decide to go on a protest. Will you support it as our leader? We've exhausted all the diplomatic channels. Now we want to go by force. Will you support us?
We will take this on two folds. The first one is they have rights as students, but they shouldn't think that we should still engage in peaceful
I said we've
conversation.
exhausted all the peaceful diplomatic channels. We spoke with management, we sent you to talk to them, we did all that. But it doesn't seem like anybody is listening. So we want them to listen by protesting. Will you lead us as our leader?
We believe that violence is never an option.
We are not doing anything violence. We are protesting. It's our rights. You are our leader.
Okay. If you are not doing anything violent, then it means that you said you've exhausted all peaceful things.
So like they're talking the diplomatic ways, we go negotiate. Now we want to hit the streets. We want to wear red armbands. We want to go around the school, go around Sunyani. Will you lead that charge?
If we are understanding you, that is still a peaceful protest.
Well, it's a peaceful literally, but the image it will give the school is no more going to be peaceful. I mean, it will be headline everywhere. Management will not like it. So you can say peaceful, but me, I don't see it that way though.
If elected as leaders of this institution, we believe that there are still ways we can still
This is Betty, writer, mastermind, and a sworn enemy of the camera lens. Well, Betty, not only can we hear you, we are all ears now. Roll the tape.
Please, everybody, your girlfriend does not want flowers. She wants with a kiss for my eyes.
Oh, scandalous. Miss, don't record, we just obliterate.
For them to listen, will you lead us? Why is it difficult to answer? Yes or no?
I'm not, personally, I have principles. And these principles are centered around things like the virtue of proportionate response.
Okay, so
that
you've
is to
dodged
say
the
that
question so many times. Let's let it go. Now, when you become president, or if the people vote for you to become president, you are going to be leading us in USAC Senate, right? So, this is the Senate Assembly. Give an institutional report as the president for UENR SRC. And I'll be done with you.
committee that is going to be in charge of that to continue with checks to make sure that they are still supplied to the students. On how it's also going to be maintained, there's going to be an education for all students at these hostels so they know how to use these things on their own.
On the same policy, you went ahead to say that that's the section of procurement and distribution. Upon approval, you wrote it. Upon approval, we will procure and distribute Health One kits to each hostel. Over here, you still have all the hostels. So now, which hostels are you considering? And can you supply to each hostel? Looking at the size and looking at the widespread of the various hostels in Sunyani, that's around campus.
Thank you very much. We track the hostels on campus with the My Hostel app.
How many hostels do we have? Averagely, if you can't give the exact number, averagely.
Averagely, it will be around 30 to 50.
30 to 50. Okay. Okay, so go ahead. I just wanted to cut in so that we know the number. So, work at it.
As we stated, the Health and Sanitation Committee is going to be in charge of that. They'll be in charge of distributing these to the hostels.
Distributing. So, SRC money is going to be used to. It is stated here, you will procure. So, it means that it is going to come from the SRC. So, what if, as the hostel manager, I don't see the essence in having the first aid supply there? It means that, first of all, I'm not going to welcome you because you've not had any form of engagement. You haven't made me see the light in what? Having that supply, even though from your end it is good. So first and foremost, please do engage them before you go there, because they can equally sack you.
Yes, please.
You are visiting me without notice. I can equally push you away.
Yes, please.
And you would have to let them see reason why they should buy into that idea. So you advocate. So if they are unable to meet it, that is when you collaborate with them. You have about 30 hostels. That was even on average. Take it, they are more than that. You know there is a standard pack which is for first aid. It is not you are buying para and you know it. So please do your checks very well before you go ahead to say you procure, and also talk about all. Back to the issue of on washrooms. Creation of washrooms for ablution. In here, I'm scared. Why? Because where are you going to cite this very particular project? Because you somehow would indirectly bring issues between the Muslims and the Christians. We are already living peacefully. Now, because of a washroom, I am not a Muslim. I can't use it. I am suffering. I want to use the place. Because I'm not a Muslim, I can't use it. The question is in two folds. Where are you going to cite the project? And did you consider the religious divisions that is going to bring? Because Muslims will stand firm that the project is for them. And so they are not going to share. Did you consider that? Wow, I've spoken at length. I should come again.
From where they are not aware of it.
As in, come again.
They may say they are not aware of it, so they might decide not to use it.
No, I didn't say that. It means you are not listening to me. The question I asked you was that you are going to create washrooms for ablution. So that's for the Muslims. And I'm asking you, the question is two in one. What side this particular project? And won't this project bring about religious division? Because Muslims are going to say that this project was made solely for them, and so Christians cannot use it. Meanwhile, I am in a state whereby I am close to DS and I should have access to it. But because you stated clearly that it is for Muslims, Christian brother or a Christian sister cannot use it, meaning that there you create religious division. Did you consider that?
Thank you very much. On the issue of where it's going to be cited, we believe that there are works and projects committee where they are going to educate us best on where to cite it, so that if we are elected into power, we would consult them before we take any actions on where we want to cite it. About the division, as we stated, this is the creation of washrooms for ablution. There already exist washrooms on campus. And also, with Hall 1, where the Muslims usually pray, there are washrooms there that if you want to use, you can. This is solely for them. We believe that there's respect for different religions on campus. Christians have their fellowships at the basement of Hall 1. None of them complain. No, Muslims do not complain. So if we have to respect each other by giving this place or leaving it sacred to just Muslims, I believe we can do that for them.
Well, we shouldn't be happy, because if we don't take a critical look at it, we might have issues. I am not condemning the project, but the target, it is a very good thing. So if I'm in need and I'm supposed to access it, by virtue of me not being a Muslim, it means that I should carry my cross to the next station, either to survive or to die. Only God knows. So I don't know to the extent how far you are going about deliberations. It is a good idea, but the division, we are already living peacefully. You tolerate me, I tolerate you. Now we are having, this is for me, this is for you. Come on, it's a washroom. If it is for us to keep them clean, that is advocacy. we work at it, we keep the place clean. But to leave it, so it means that this project, from what you are saying, is not going to be on campus, it's going to be off campus. If that be the case, fair enough. But yes, still, we are one. I will still want to try there. Now, talking about bringing everything to an end, what is the vision behind the network policy?
Our vision is so simple. From our policies, you can see that it caters for almost every student on campus, from Muslims to Christians to everyone, to sports students and everyone, is to make sure that they all feel comfortable and know that UNER is still home for them. Thank you.
Do you have any mission? What is the mission behind this policy document?
The mission of all these policies or the network policies is to ensure that all of these people feel comfortable on campus and at peace.
What are the core values behind this policy document? Core values.
The core values behind these policies are inclusivity, equal opportunities, respect.
So did you state them in your policy document?
No, sir.
So you not being able to state it means that the network policy doesn't have a focus, because if there was a focus, it would have been stated. So please, with the way you have mentioned them, state them in it, because without all these, you have the ideas, but there's no focus. So please, the network policy, work on it. All the same, I wish you well.
Thank you very much, sir.
I've been given the opportunity to give the last advice. Please, your policies are feasible if only you sit and look at it critically. The students of UNER are tired of complaining. We need a leader. We don't need a politician. If you are coming to serve in the interest of the students, serve and serve well. That is the least I can tell you. Yes, I forgot to ask you. Rate yourself from 1 to 10. How best will you complete all these projects within a year? It is just 1 to 10. Just be real.
I'd give ourselves 8.
8. So 8, which qualifies 80%. So if you are to do below 8, would you consider yourselves failures? It's just yes or no. You don't have to explain.
No.
You wouldn't consider yourselves failures?
No.
So would you be truthful to us? Would you be truthful to us?
Yes, please.
You are telling us by a year you will be able to complete 80% of your policies here. Now, within a year, you are able to complete only 20%. You've not failed. Using our UNER grading system, if you get 20%, what is there for you? Thank you very much. So please be truthful. You just said it. So the network policy, please. We need leaders. We don't need politicians. Those out there are doing way far different things. They come to preach vet you and they practice vice. We are going to national elections. You hear a whole lot. Some of us are losing interest in even going to the polls because it's like nothing new is coming. So be that change. From here, you take it up there. And I would also be proud that, yes, in a way, I contributed to you moving from here to the top. I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so as usual, I have 2 questions from the people gathered here. And one wants to know if you are aware of any female president of the UENR SRC, if there have been any female president of the SRC, for the SRC.
Yes, please.
What's her name?
Please, pardon me for that. I do not recall her.
Which year was that?
The establishment of the institution, that's when they started, 2012.
When they started. So yes, UENR started with a female VC and a female SRC president. And her name is Her Excellency Gloria Esinam, if I'm right. I know of Gloria. She was the first SRC president. I wish you all the best, and then I want to believe that this time round we will also have another female president. She did wonderfully well. Someone wants to know this. Talking about all hostels, did you consider reduction of hostel fees? Because hostel prices are increasing when they hear of the increment in the hostel prices. So did you consider anything about the hostel fees for the private hostels? Do you have anything like that? If you don't have, please, let's move on.
We'll make more consultations on that.
You make more consultation on that. And then one thing I've noticed, everyone here talks about people at the hostel, people at the hostel. In terms of student population, how many students on the average resides in our hostels and how many resides in the hostels?
If we should give a data, that would really be false because we haven't really inquired on the number of
You haven't
students.
inquired.
Yeah.
But I am having a feeling that, guys, it's more or less like the SRCs for people in the hostels. That's what I'm seeing in the policies. Everyone is talking about security at the hostel, security at the hostel. What about the students who are beyond the Notre Dame stretch, who come and study and they go home late? What about the students who are living in their hostels? Would you provide kits for them? It's their dues. They are also paying, are they not?
They are.
So SRC is not for people living in the hostel alone. So kindly, when you are having policies, also consider those of us who are living on our own. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, thank you.
So as usual, I'll give you 2 minutes to finally tell us, after everything, why you think this panel should recommend you to the students to vote for you. And then also have 1 minute session with the people gathered here, telling them what you think you can do for them or why they should vote for you to become the next SRC president.
Okay, so reasons why the panel should recommend us. Reasons why the panel should recommend us to the students' body, because after this brief session, we've realized that our policies are one that are very feasible, and then they are ones that most or the entirety of the student's body can benefit from it as well. And also, given our records, it means that we are up to task and we are willing to make it happen for the student's body. Thank you all for the opportunity and thank you all for being here. My name is Phoebe Ajo Apelete, as you've all heard, and He is Otnel Villas Abraham. We want you to all bear in your minds before you leave here that whatever that we have said in these documents are one that we are going to ensure that they are going to be implemented. However, it cannot be done without you and I, because the SRC is not just the president, it's the entire of the student body. So when you see us outside, say hi to us. When you see us anywhere, come to us. Let's share ideas. Let's talk about whatever that is happening on campus, because we believe that we can make UNER home with all these things. Thank you.
You.
A liaison between is about on the house. I am Aduchu Berima Eric. I'm offering BSc Resource Enterprise and Entrepreneurship level 300. Last year, I contested for the local NUGS president, where I placed second with 1,167 vote cast, but it wasn't enough to grant us the victory. So this year, I want to serve as a living testimony to everyone who has fallen that there is a rising up. So I've picked form to contest for the same position, local NUGS president. I am Aduchu Berima Eric.
All right, Sir Eric, last year you came and you lost.
Yes, please.
And this year you are here.
Yes, please.
Why are you persisting? What do you want to do for local NUGS? What's in this for you?
So when we look at the formation of NUGS, it's about activism. That's why our motto, our slogan is "A luta continua, Victoria is certa," which translates to "The struggles continues, but victory is certain." I'm more concerned about doing activism. That is why I'm persistent on the local NUGS president portfolio.
Who is a local NUGS president?
A local NUGS president is a liaison between the local, that's National Union of Ghana Students local in a tertiary institution, and the national body of NUGS.
All right, thank you. So you're welcome. This is just a conversation. We just want to know how you'll be able to serve in the position that you're applying for, and whether you have knowledge about that position to be able to serve as such.
Thank you, sir.
Esquire Aduchum Berima Eric.
Yes, sir.
You are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Wabamumu on.
No, please.
I'm restricted, so I'll go straight to the point.
Right.
On a scale of 1 to 10, you're a student lawyer.
Yes, please.
I've worked with you on the review committee of the NSA Constitutional Review.
Yes, please.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you understand the SRC Constitution? I'll ask you the questions based on that.
7.
Differentiate between local NUGS and SRC.
All right. So the local NUGS, let me start with the SRC. The SRC is Student Representative Council, which forms part of the University Council. So they represent the student body at the University Council. Then the local NUGS means the National Union of Ghana Students. The local means, in this context, is UNER local or UNER branch.
What's your catchment? That's what I want, like your catchment. Where does you rule?
Okay, so NUGS, we look at all students in the Bono region, from crèche to the tertiary level.
So the one here unit takes care of every student within Bono region.
Yes, please.
What happens to the one at Doma? We have local NUGS there. What happens to STU local NUGS?
because NUGS one in Doma is a provincial one which works under the federal NUGS of.
Should you be elected, I'm happy you brought it. Will you be federal or provincial local NUGS president?
I'll be federal local NUGS president.
Who is a federal local NUGS president?
A federal local NUGS president is the local NUGS president of the UNER main campus. And a provincial local NUGS president is a local NUGS president in a satellite campus.
And what makes you think that the main campus is not a satellite campus? You're a student lawyer.
Yes,
do you know how the federal election is conducted?
Federal election of?
UENR SRC, the federal election, do you know how it's conducted?
Yes, please.
And you think should the people of Sunyani campus elect you today, without the Doma people, without going through the delegates election, you become the federal local NUGS president? Have you read the constitution to that extent?
Yes, please.
I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be very brief. You were here last year. You lost Porto.
Yes, please.
What are the feedbacks you got from your followers? What did they tell you is the reason you lost last year? And what are some of the lessons?
All right. So, from last year's election, I saw that it is very important if you are more known to the system or to the area you want to aspire for position.
So last year you were not known.
I was known to some extent, but you know, I've seen that here we deal with popularity. Yes, please.
So you went back, grew your popularity and come. Irrespective of your policy or anything, once you are popular, you are good to go. So you also went to build your popularity and come back. Is that the case?
I didn't build that. I built myself.
Oh, okay. All right. So over the years, we celebrate Local NUGS Week. We celebrate SRC Week. Will you say these two things, they are very important in our lives? Why don't we merge them? Have 1 week celebration. Then the other one, we can use that money for some legacy projects.
That is a very good idea, which I started the conversation with some of my team members over these months. But the problem I've seen is that since the last two SRC and local NUGS administration I saw, I'm not talking about this current one, always there's like a friction between the SRC and the LNUGS.
So would you say this current one have some kind of harmony?
I haven't seen it yet, maybe because I'm not working in it.
So are you seeing harmony? Because if you haven't seen the friction, probably it means everything is cool. Is that the case?
To some extent, I would say yes. Because I cannot be so specific on issues that I don't have much information on.
Okay. So for your policy, I think I like the bits of the high school and then the basic schools, all right? So I will not ask questions on that. But last year you were part of the administration.
Last year?
No. Yes, local NUGS administration.
Yes, please.
As I think deputy
PRO.
PRO.
Yes, please.
The UNER's home signage at the front there.
Yes, please.
Do you have any idea how much it costs to build that thing?
The amount was not disclosed.
To you, the executives?
To us.
So should you come to office, will you look into it?
Please come again.
Will you look into the amount that have been used for that project? And do you think that project is a priority to UNER right now?
Okay, so talking about that project, me in particular, when the day it was commissioned, I was protesting a little because initially they told us it would be coming along with lights and a whole lot. But the day it was commissioned, I couldn't see that. I questioned one or two, but then I was a candidate, I was threatened, and you know, I have to give up because I was just, for me, and in the document, my policy document last year and this year, for me in particular, I'm not talking at the perspective of last year's administration, but for me, it wasn't my priority.
So you are back again, Berima, with the same document. So I'm being tempted to ask you, what's next? What is new?
What is new in my policy? Okay. So this year I introduced the LNUGS app under special initiatives.
Okay, so that's the introduction.
The LNUGS app.
So
where
okay, talk. So that's something new you are bringing on board.
Yes, please.
Have you done any economic feasibility, any financial feasibility to know the cost and to know the effectiveness of that app?
I've done most part of it, and I'm still on the latter part. For example, I've tasked some of my team members to do a sample, a combination of IT and computer science, to do a sample so that we will start it maybe right after the vetting, so that if it is going as I want, we can even use it through the campaign.
Well, so as a potential local NUGS president, would you give utmost importance to auditing?
Auditing.
Because from the previous vetting, we noticed that even the local NUGS financial secretary had no idea that he was to conduct auditing in the amounts used, even to the point that he couldn't even defend the amount used for that UENR is home signage. Now you are going to be the head. Are you going to give this keen interest into auditing? Because it would dare argue out whether your core value stated in your policy documents, you are living it or you are just faking it.
Yes, please. I will take interest in that because auditing, you know, someone said leadership is like a drink. When you take so much power, you behave differently. The same way when you take much to alcohol. So I believe it is good for us to bring about an auditing committee. We can even set up committees that will audit the programs and projects of the local NUGS. I'm very interested in that.
So to conclude, we have the entire Ghanaian students here. So it is on record that Educhum Berima Eric is going to conduct a financial audit when he is the local NUGS president-elect. The continuing students, this session is being recorded. If he doesn't do it, please hold him accountable. I am doing my part. I will do mine and go. You are going to be here, so please make sure that he does it. Thank you.
Educhum Barima Eric. You're welcome.
Thank you.
So my question goes in line with what my colleague just said. You realize that the signage over there, have you realized any problem about it?
Yes, please.
What is it?
Some portion of the U in the UNER has broken.
Aside that,
I think the lighting system, so it's not visible at night.
so thank you. That's what I wanted to hear, the lightning system. So what would you do when you are voted into power as local NUGS president?
All right.
Yeah.
So for me, as I really said, I questioned some people who were responsible for it last year. And on the day it was being commissioned, the response was everything has been paid, and the engineer or contractor has told them that he will bring the lights, but it will be situated in front of it and it will rotate. I don't know how to, but there's one at the filling station right after Groovies. So that's what they use to as an example for me. And I said, oh, then it's okay. Then it can be commissioned and that lighting system can be phased. They gave me 1 week, you know. And as a candidate in election, then you dare not probe into issues so much.
So my question is, if voted for, what will you do about it? Will you continue it, or you prioritize the project you have?
I live to serve the interests of students of UNER. If that is their interest, it's my interest.
Are you the SRC president?
No, please.
You live to serve the interest of the students. It's okay, thank you. So my next question. What lessons did you learn last year contesting for local NUGS president? Did you learn any lessons? I know that you built yourself. You are really resilient. Because for me, I don't think I would have gone for the second time. Yeah, so I like that about you. So would you, what lessons did you learn during that time?
I also learned that our democracy has been too monetized.
Our democracy has been monetized.
Yes, please.
That's because you spend so much money.
Not that, but on election day, normally, I thought it was continuous students of, I don't know, who come and stand and ask for money. But on the election day, I realized that even freshers, 1,100 students from my department, whom we've organized tutorials for, whom we've showed around campus, asking me for money. But, well,
can you do anything about that?
What I told them is that if you meet me on any day that you are in need and you ask me for money and I have it, I'll give it. But not on an election day and you tell me to exchange it for your votes.
I guess that's why you lost.
Yes,
because people paid, so they won. Thank you.
Mr. Educhum, please, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, so please, I want to ask you a question, a top-up question to what Mr. Boahin asked you. He asked you about your threshold, about the local NUGS, the president, and he said the whole of Bono, right?
Yes,
and then in your policy, you stated some SHS thing. It's very nice.
Yes, please.
But I want to ask, he corrected you on the STU and then Doma people to having local NUGS.
Yes, please.
So since you said you are going to organize for the whole Bono region, are you going to take their work and then do it?
No, please. This is not something new. But what I'm doing is that I want to build on it. Because these are some projects here were started and
I'm coming. I know that it happens yearly, but the then local NUGS president, they were directly in their threshold. They were not eating up to someone's threshold. Do you understand?
Yes,
but
please.
this one, you are saying the entire Bono region, and then you know how big Bono is. So
Yes,
are you going
please.
to bring all of them into it, or you leave it for STU to do their threshold and you do your own? Because I want to understand that part.
I believe it will be better if we collaborate to get those things done.
Oh, okay. I like that word. Please, I want to know, the local NUGS, they have a congress that they go to at the national level.
Yes, please.
Where they meet. How many people are you supposed to send there?
How many people?
Yes, are supposed to go for the congress. Who are these people?
How many people are you there?
You want to become the president, right?
Yes, please.
So then you have executives.
Yes, please.
And then the executives, you have the chairperson, the deputies, and then the members. So I want to know, how many people are you supposed to send to the congress, the NUGS Congress? I want to know.
All right. So as stated in the Constitution, it was stated
Which
that
of the Constitution?
the UENR SRC Constitution.
Oh, okay.
No?
I thought you were coming to say the local NUGS Constitution.
No,
because
please.
I know there's still
It
in
was
review.
stated that the local NUGS and the SRC must always agree on the people and the number of students to send to programs. We must always agree on that. All right.
Oh, you don't know about that one?
The executive council.
The executive council.
Yes, please.
So nobody outside the executive council is supposed to attend this particular.
We have others, but they are prioritized.
Because over the years, I've been seeing them going for the Congress. You see somebody who doesn't even have any relationship with the executive, but you pass all of them with our own money. My right honorable will tell you, our own money, and then send them to the Congress. So how are you going to deal with that? Because I want to know, because I've realized that some of the executive members that you are saying, they are all supposed to go. Some are left out. They don't go, and then they pick people who are in favor of them, then they send it. So I want to know what you are going to do about that one.
All right. So last year's USAC Congress, we had many of our students who are not as part of the executive council attending, because I think we had a candidate and we had to go and support him. That's Honorable Swansea Bafo, both on grounds and campaign and everything. So last year, it's exceeded. I'm talking about the USAC.
Okay.
But for NUGS, the executive council, most people, maybe the dates. Okay, we are students and we are supposed to combine academics with the leadership. So maybe you have a midterm or a quiz situated within the Congress period. Maybe you would prefer to give your slot to another person. So maybe that can also be a
Okay, so the
cause.
Constitution allows that. I want you
It
to
is not
state.
stated in the Constitution.
Okay, so my last question. Every time the local NUGS, they take money from the SRC, they have a percentage. I've never seen somebody who is like, oh, the NUGS, and anything is coming from the NUGS level. Every time they take money from SRC, we are the one contributing. And then I'm sure it's an association that contains all Ghanaian students, entire Ghanaian students, as the president said. So what is the benefit of joining this? Because I want to know, over the years, it's us that you are taking money from and then doing programs which I don't see the NUGS, coming in and then doing anything for us.
Thank you very much, my lady. So the NUGS, we pay dues. We pay national dues to the National Union of Ghana Students. We pay, okay, to renew our membership on academic year basis. Then these dues are paid for benefits like Ghana joining UN. Okay, so for benefits, which include, the National NUGS is supposed to help students. Now it has instituted a scholarship. The National NUGS have instituted a scholarship which only students from registered institutions will be allowed to apply for the scholarship. Also, the NUGS over the years, I've had school building projects. Okay, so last year we had one in the northern region. The NUGS had a school building project. So it's a form of contributing to the needy students living in Ghana, and also to declare our membership and our support and commitment to the national NUGS, so that in times of need, they can also come in our need and support our cause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric. My former contender, Mr. Eric Educhum Perima. The chair is saying I have just 3 questions to ask you. I'm really glad to be vetting you today. So I'm going to be very swift with my questions, so because I've been given a few slots. Mention the blocks of NUGS.
The blocks
of NUGS,
of
just
NUGS.
3.
The national or
NUGS. I didn't say local NUGS. NUGS.
the blocks.
Yes.
The blocks of NUGS.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the executive council, the executive committee. Then.
Thank you very much. So in terms of your policy document, I want you to refer me to the document and the policy, which is an infrastructural policy.
An infrastructural
Policy, yes. Do you have any of such?
I don't have the infrastructural policies here, but I'm still on it, and I can mention them to you because some of them you have to send feedbacks to the estates. You go here, you enter the bureaucracy is so much, and I'm still on it, and I don't want to bring anything which is not complete, but I can mention some here, even including policies.
Did you say you don't want to bring anything which is not complete?
Yeah, because I'm not done with the search, and I've not gotten the feedback yet. So if I come and present it
So
here,
what do you have in mind to do in terms of
All right.
infrastructure?
So there
Mr.
is-
Edutum, lower your energy, okay? Just
Okay.
relax, relax.
Okay,
Relax.
so there is a block which is just next. Say, there is an uncompleted and let's say an abandoned block which is just next to the estate office. You know, before I think the tree there and the electrical wires has prevented its continuation. And instead of letting the pillars to stand there and rot, I've decided to convert it to the largest summer hut on campus. And I'm still in talks with the estate, the abandoned structure there. So I'm
Oh,
still
thank
in
you.
talks with the
This is just a swift one. In other campuses, the local NUGS president is normally done by appointment. Over here in UNER, I'm informing you.
Okay.
Yes. So in other universities, the local NUGS president is normally done by appointment. Yes.
Delegate elections.
Yes. And UNER is through voting, okay? If you had a mandate to decide on these 2 phases for UNER, which of them would you render for and why? By the way, show me your left. Thank you very much. Carry on.
Thank you. Okay. So if I have the opportunity to choose, I will choose voting over and over again. Because during voting is our type of voting is a form of direct democracy, whereby all the people involved are allowed to have their say directly. You know, so I'll choose it over and over again, as compared to the indirect, that's the delegate election or the appointment, where we are left for very few people to choose. Because we can all bear the fact that we vote for member of parliaments. They go to the parliaments, and at the end of the day, they don't serve our interest, they serve themselves. So I will prefer the voting over and over again. Thank you, sir.
You mentioned NUGS. You guys have a scholarship, not local NUGS.
Yes, please.
National.
Yes,
How many UNED students have benefited from this scholarship scheme?
It was introduced earlier this semester, so the process hasn't started.
Okay,
yet.
and then the last one. You have policies here. How many of those policies are going to bring money to NUGS coffers rather than take.
Take notes. Okay. So as I was saying, there are many policies here which I've not received the feedback I want yet. But those are money generating policies. Example, I have the TETH
The
drive.
question was how many?
How many? I have about 3.
3 projects that are going to bring money.
Yes, please.
Okay. Which act establishes UNER?
Act 830.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duchum. Last year, Mr. Duchum was here. He was vetted and approved by the panel. And so we had to be very swift to assess the introduction of new things as to what he has added to what he brought last year. So if you feel we are being quick, that is the reason. From last year to this year, what has changed?
In UNER.
To you, to your policies, to your aspirations of being the local NUGS president, what has changed?
Last year, I contested as a normal student leader who wants to contribute my quota to the development of fellow students. But this year, I'm contesting for the same position with another motive, which is inspiring every student who has fallen in academics, in finance, in whatever situation the person finds himself in, that there is a rising up.
You giving you opportunity to tell me your topmost policy and you are preaching. I see the hand of God on your transcript. This is the final one. So level 200, you decided to contest for local NUGS president in level 200, right?
Yes, please.
So level 100, you were doing very well. Level 200, semester 1.
Yes, please.
You dropped drastically.
Yes, please.
And by the grace of God, you lost.
Yes, please.
And last semester, you increased drastically.
Yes,
or you can't increase drastically.
No.
And you want to come back again. Why do you want to drop again?
You know, so one of the things I built after I lost the election was my GPA.
So now you are coming to reduce it.
So, because one of the things I didn't wanted people to say about me that he couldn't contest again, but because his GPA has dropped. To me, it's a disgrace to me.
So you built your GPA to come back again so that even if it goes down, you can go home with something.
Yes, please.
All right. Please tell the people why they should vote for you if you should get the mandate to stand for the position.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So I am Educhum Berima Eric, and I am here this evening to present my documents to pass through the sieves of vetting for the second time. I think for now, at least, if for nothing, I am the most experienced and most qualified for this job. The local NUGS presidency and the local NUGS secretariat of UNER is not new to me. Experience and not experiment. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. Thank you very much.
Local NUGS presidency is not one that I just took overnight. Honestly, it has been due to several factors that has influenced my decision. And Mr. Chair, whenever I'm asked this question, I do make references to all of the leadership portfolios that I've held in previous times. Growing up from the basic school, I've held several portfolios all the way to current times. we can talk about the fact that I held the portfolio of the senior prefect at the basic school. Moving forward to SHS, I held the same position again, but as an assistant senior prefect. When I came to the university, I was honored to serve as the GIMSA legal affairs head. I also had the opportunity to serve as the public relations officer of my department. And fast forward, I'm currently serving as the departmental president of fire safety and disaster management. So all of these portfolios that I've held in previous times have equipped me with the leadership skills. And for that matter, I deem myself fit to be able to work diligently as local NUGS president. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jinapo. When did you start engaging with yourself in student politics?
The chair, with all honesty, I involved myself in student politics far back in the days I was in ACHS.
Let's start from the university one.
University. Then university, then that one will have to do with the time that I was contesting for departmental president, because at the time I was a PRO, I was appointed.
Okay. First year, first semester, you had an incredible GPA, and going forward, I don't know what's happening, but it seems last semester I feel like the work that you haven't started is weighing on you. What's your take on that? What's your career ambition?
My career ambition is actually to fit in a field that is in line with my career path. I offer fire and disaster management. So we have the fire service, the ambulance service, the mining, the safety officers, any of those portfolios that I find myself in.
How does serving in this position, should you be elected, going to help with your career ambition, help you achieve your career ambition?
Please take it again, the chair.
How does winning this election help you achieve your career ambition?
Okay, the chair, I believe that by serving in my capacity as a local NUGS president, I'm actually going to be exposed to a variety of people who are within the industry. And with that, I am confident that once I have that exposure, then I'll easily be able to get into the field of my choice.
I'm concerned. I'm not supposed to spend this much time, but I'm very much concerned. Looking at what happened last semester, are you able to multitask? Can you handle 2 heavy tasks at the same time?
Yes, the chair.
So how do you reconcile your performance last year to the duties and responsibilities of the position that you are vying for? Because you're a local NUGS president, you'll be going for conferences, you're attending meetings, you'll be going for programs. How do you balance this with what happened last semester? Because I'm sure it was because of agenda, campaigning, moving from hostel to hostel, trying to get people on board that caused this. So how are you going to ensure that if you should be elected, you are going to balance things not to cause this again?
Yes, the chair, I agree with you. But I must say that it is not entirely because of agenda that has occasioned the current results. It is actually occasioned by several factors. Most of the times, you do get, like you said, multitasking and all of that. So all of those things have a toll on the academic performance. But moving forward, I do believe that once I'm able to strategize myself very well, and then be able and get to manage my schedules very well, aside that I'll be able to make adequate time for my studies, then everything will get back to track, the chair.
Wonderful. So finally, tell us why you want to serve in this position, what do you want to do for local NUGS UENR that we have to give you the mandate as a president to be able to do that?
Thank you very much, the chair. So, since I came to UENR, I have so long looked up to the leadership of the student leadership of the institution, and I think that in their various ways they have really served to some certain level. And from where I stand and where I sit, I also feel the need for me to. I also feel that if I'm also given the opportunity, I'll be able to contribute my quota. And the vision that I have for so long held within me, and that if I'm given the opportunity to serve, I will, execute, is enormous. Mr. Chair, it's my ambition to bring so many initiatives within the local news secretariat. And if you permit me, I can dive into some of the policies as part of my ambition.
All right. All the best.
Thank you, the chair.
Mr. Jinapo, please, how are you?
I'm doing well, madam.
Okay, so please, I want to know something first before I even ask my question. Please, what can you spell dilapidated?
Dilapidated?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Can you spell it for me and explain?
D-I.
Okay.
L-A. P-I. D-A-T-E-D.
Okay, good. Please, what does it mean?
Dilapidated, as per my understanding, means something that has deformed.
Deformed?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to read something. It said, renovation of dilapidated UENR summer huts. Have you ever visited any of the summer huts before?
Yes, please.
And then how do you mean dilapidated? Because per what I know, the outgone SRC president renovated all of them. Now we have sockets there, it is tiled, and then we have seats over there. So how is it dilapidated? Because I want to know, I want to understand the word that you used there. Or you want to mean something different?
Okay, I think that the former president of the SRC had actually done some works on some of the summer huts, but not entirely. And I know quite a few of them that has not been touched. And I feel that works can still be done on them to improve their state.
Well, I think you could have just reframed it that you want to do the other ones, because if you use that big word, it means all of them are in bad shape, and then you want to renovate all of them.
Thank you.
So that one is even aside. Please, I want to ask you this question. Do you know the local NUGS that much? The office that you want to be the president of, do you know it?
A merchant Navy officer was allegedly killed by his wife and her lover. The state police say the accused chopped and sealed the victim's body in a drum filled with
Please, I want to ask.
Cement.
The local NUGS, they take money from the SRC coffers. There's a particular percentage. What is the percentage?
No idea, please.
No idea. Okay, good. So I'm going to ask you this question. Over the years, the local NUGS has been taking money from us, the students, and then I learned that the local NUGS is an association that we pay dues to. So I want to know, what is the essence of the local NUGS on campus? Because over the years, we've not seen what the NUGS has been doing for us on UENR campus. All we see is our money being spent on the local NUGS and then being used to pay the dues. So what is the essence of the local NUGS?
Okay, with regards to that concern, I'm aware that the local NUGS, as it were, has its mandate extending beyond the university campus, the tertiary campus. So to imply that secondary cycles and junior high schools all the way to basic schools all fall under their jurisdiction. So the fact that we don't really see most of the initiatives being done on campus does not mean that they are not working. For all we know, there may be some initiatives that are being done at the secondary cycle or probably the junior high schools.
Okay,
level.
so I don't know. Tell me some of them.
Okay, I'm aware that the previous local NUGS administration once held.
Please wait. I'm not talking about the one that they are using our own money to do it. I'm talking of the one that the NUGS has given to the local NUGS of UENR chapter to do that project. Do you get my question?
Please take it again.
I said, I am not talking of the projects that the local NUGS UENR is using our money, our funds, the one that they took from the UENR SRC to fund it. I'm talking about the one that the national NUGS level has given money to the local NUGS president to fund it. That is what I want to know.
Okay.
If you don't know, you can tell me you don't
Yes,
know.
for
You
that.
have no
I
idea.
honestly cannot speak to that. Yes.
Okay, so you let me ask my last question.
Sure.
Do you know that the local NUGS has scholarship scheme?
Yes, please.
You know. How many UENR students have benefited from that?
No idea.
No idea.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Let me just finish. You're welcome.
Thank you, madam.
I hope you know the signage that is by the entrance.
Yes.
What have you realized about it?
Initially, I used to see it lightning, but recently it has not light during the night. It used to come with light during the night. It owns, but
Please,
now,
do you know the one I'm talking about?
if I'm getting you right, are you referring to the sculpture, the UENR is home?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
It was lightning before now.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Since its establishment, we
Yes.
used to have lights there. Oh, then I haven't observed that. So now it's not there. What are you going to do about that?
Well,
have you asked why the light is no more coming on, especially at night? When you are passing, you don't even see that there is any signage there.
Sure. So I personally have, with all honesty, I have not asked, but I can relate that it is fault.
It's fault.
Yes.
So what do you have in mind about that?
So I do believe in maintenance culture, and that there's the need for us to always continue the works of our predecessors. So we want to come
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to ask you questions about current affairs, okay?
Sure.
So tell me, what are some of the happenings currently in Ghana?
Okay, with regards to current affairs, I am aware that we are approaching the polls, the 2024 polls, and for that matter, the various the candidates of the two main political parties are on their campaign tour and all of that.
Would you vote?
Yes, I will,
Why will you vote?
because it is my fundamental right.
What are you going to... I know you are a TAIN member. Am I right? Yeah, a TAIN member, right? So I want to believe that automatically you are going to vote for the NDC because on campus you are very active when it comes to TAIN. Am I right?
Yes, please.
As a leader, what basis would you use to vote? Me, as I'm sitting, what should I use to vote for you as local NUGS aspiring president?
So, one motivation, one thing that should influence a person's vote should be based on the person's or the candidate's capabilities and competencies, not based on an entrenched position that you have taken. That is what I believe. So, if you want to vote, you look at what the candidate has to offer.
What the candidate has to offer.
Yes,
but
please.
you are an automatic member of TAIN. So whether he has something to offer or not, you vote. Thank you. So my next question. Your competencies. You said you are a complex problem solver. What would be the number one problem that you would solve when given this mandate?
So, within the secretariat, I believe that there are so many issues, and one has to do with human relations. Human relations is a whole problem on its own. So having to work and then put everyone on board to achieve a target is also one complex challenge that a leader could ever face. So I think that with that I can be able to work with that.
Okay. Mr. Jinapo Abubakar Sadiq Seidu.
Yes, sir.
Please, what's your name? Mr. Jinapo Abubakar Sadiq Seidu, what's your name?
Rightfully said, sir. That is my name.
I rightfully said it.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
It's my CV.
You rightfully said it's a CV. Why are you still telling me it's a CV? Why are you writing CV on it? When I mentioned your name and told you to mention back your name, you simply told me that I've already mentioned it.
Sure.
So there's no need for you to mention it again.
Sure.
So we all know this is a CV. There's no need for you to tell us it's a CV.
Sure.
Okay. So please don't repeat that next time.
Thank you.
I've been fortunate to vie for this particular portfolio, but I lost. How do you feel for me?
I'm sorry for that, but I feel that whatever that happens for a reason. And so if you lost, it does not mean that you have lost it all. There are still more endeavors ahead of you that you can take advantage of.
Motivational speaker, thank you very much. It's interesting, but I believe you are here to be vetted, not to campaign to us, right?
Yes, please.
So I don't see why you are still wearing your tag, or it's part of your design.
No, please.
So I'm correcting you on that, and I'm hoping you would remove it.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so to my first question. The chair, this is my first question. I simply want to know, based on your policy, which of the policy is your infrastructural policy?
My infrastructural policy?
Yes. If you don't have one, say you don't have, and let's go on.
I don't have one.
Okay. Mr. Jinapo. Mr. Jinapo, show me your left. Interesting. Really interesting. Okay. I would like to deviate a little bit the chair from this. Okay. So I will please mention the blocks in NUGS. The blocks in NUGS.
The blocks?
Yes. In NUGS. What is the local NUGS UNER scope?
Okay. So the NUGS, as it were, comprises
local NUGS.
The local NUGS comprises of the president.
I'm not asking of the composition, the scope of it, the catchment areas.
Okay. In terms of their mandate, you mean? Okay, sure. So the NUGS actually preside over Ghanaian students.
I said local NUGS.
Local NUGS. So within that particular region, the students in that particular region.
Students in that particular region.
Yes.
Currently, we have a representative from NUGS and Doma campus. So are you saying that he is for Doma and you are for the whole of Bono? Is that what you're insinuating?
I stand to be corrected.
I hear you. Mr. Jinapo, my last question. The chair is making it a little bit difficult, but let's see how it can go. I want to know the strength of your policy document, just the strength of your policy document. Which of the policies that, irrespective of what happens, you can still execute it? Because Local NUGS is a portfolio which is not more about finances, but advocacy.
Sure.
Okay. So which of the policy that irrespective of what happens, you can still execute it?
The second policy, my second policy, which
I believe you are not expecting them
Sure,
to know your
sure.
second policy.
I'm heading towards that. So the second policy actually dwells on increasing the number of lovers benches that we have on campus. Yes, please, I do. Sure. Okay.
Please, time is go. Not by our side.
Yes, the second policy.
Yeah, so please explain it, elaborate. Just explain it.
Okay. So with the second policy, it seeks to provide additional rest points or lovers bench, quote unquote, on campus to support the already existing lovers benches that are there. Because I believe that with the few number that we do have, there's so much pressure on them, and then for that matter.
Yeah, I get your policy now. So there's a trending video about your current local NUGS president. What is your take on that? My last question.
Okay. So with the video that is being circulated, I think that it wasn't the only one actually. I saw some other
What's your take on that one?
Yes. So I felt that it was a mistake that he had committed, and that it is bound to happen to anyone at any time. So we could have exercised a bit of restraint and, even conceal it, because he is our leader, and we have to always conceal the negative aspects of our leaders.
Okay, so it's bound to happen that you also say precedents, and that's my please. My questions go.
I think it's provincial.
Provincial. If you are elected into office, what office are you going to serve, provincial or federal?
Provincial.
Which parliament will your budgets be going?
Provincial.
Do you think you need local NUGS constitution?
Yes.
Why?
The reason being that the local NUGS, yes, though it is under SRC, but its mandate is a bit different from the SRC. So I feel that if we have
case of murder in
a
India's
constitution of the local NUGS, it will bring about more effectiveness in the
The
secretariat.
people the local NUGS president will be appointed are all going to be vetted by the SRC, provincial, or if you like, federal parliament. Why then do you need your own constitution? The SRC constitution is governing us all. Why do you need that?
Yeah, so I think that boils down to the earlier statement I was making by saying that it is a bit autonomous from SRC, but not entirely. So for that matter, the need for it to have its own constitution to regulate its internal processes is key.
If there is a student, Notre Dame.
Yes, I do.
If a student is having issue there,
yes.
If you are elected as the president of the local NUGS,
yes,
is that your responsibility?
Yes.
But they are not voting for you. How is that your responsibility?
But as per the constitution of the local NUGS, it says that
the constitution of the local NUGS. I've not seen it.
No, not the mandate of the local NUGS, so to speak. The mandate stipulates that students who happen to be within that jurisdiction all fall under the local NUGS secretariat. So if a student at Notre Dame is affected, then likewise that student is your responsibility.
Do you think we must implement in full
the federal system.
Go ahead.
So the federal system works. It kind of encourages independent entities.
By currently we are having Doma independence, Sunyani campus independence. I don't expect you to answer all my questions. Whatever you don't know, you just say it, then I move forward.
Sure,
okay.
sure.
What constitutional provision establishes your office as local news president in the UENR SRC constitution? Provincial, don't go to the federal.
Okay. Chapter 10, Article 37.
Mention 3 ethical conduct of local news presidents. Things when you do, we can oust you out of your seat.
Unethical.
Yes. Things you shouldn't do as local news president.
Embezzlement of funds. Embezzlement of funds.
Go ahead.
Procurement breaches. We can talk about looting.
All right, let's end the friendly match. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jinapo.
Yes, sir.
They just pointed us to the time that we have 1 minute, so I'll be brief. Do you
Sure.
have your policy document with you?
Yes, I do.
All right. So I think it's named the Big 3 projects.
Yes, please.
So I'm supposed to see 3 projects in the document.
Yes.
Then I see 1 project. Then I see programs. I'm looking for the rest and I can't find it. Is it an oversight or it's just that my subscription have expired, so I need
Yes,
to...
so I actually created a distinction between the projects and the programs. So for the projects, there are actually 3 key projects that I envision to execute when I come to office. So it is the reason why I have named it as the Big 3 projects.
Okay, so you were asking if you have any physical project you want to embark on, and you said no. But when you go back to your first project, you see that you want to renovate some dilapidated summer huts. Is it not a physical project?
It is.
You want to add more lavers bench. Is that also not a physical project?
It is.
So why did you say you don't have any physical projects in your policy document?
Then I thought he said flagship program or something.
So infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Yes. So is all physical project not part of infrastructure?
Yes, they are.
All right. Do you think we should keep celebrating Local NUGS Week and SRC Week?
No, please.
Why?
I feel personally, I feel that we are just repeating the same thing, and most important, to make it worse, we are even squandering their funds. All right, so we could have channeled these funds to commitment of much more,
Please, I understand some of you are outside who are coming for WUCOM. It's not yet time for WUCOM, so if you can please move away from the corridor, then when it's time for WUCOM, then you come in. Thank you.
All right. So I feel that it is a waste of resources, and I'm saying that because the funds that are actually used to celebrate the Local NUGS Week could have been dedicated to execute an infrastructural project or something that will inure to students' benefit, other than entertainment once more.
So,
yes.
like your policy says, you don't have any legacy projects. Does it mean when you come to office, you are not going to do anything that Jinapo will be remembered for?
I think that the second policy will be regarded as my legacy project. The second policy. Okay, sorry. The third policy rather.
Which is?
The pavement bricks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's my turn, but still on you. You are talking about projects you would want to undertake, and I'm seeing summer hut renovation, lavers benches, and I'm seeing pavement blocks. Here lies the case: you have vetted SRC aspirants, and they equally have similar projects on their policy documents. So are we going to have a situation whereby SRC is doing it, local NUGS is doing it, meaning that indirectly both offices want to have a different budget so that whatever they have invested, they get to reap it back? Do you get it? How are you going to manage this situation? Because here lies the case: you are the local NUGS president-elect. We have SRC president-elect. They have a budget for renovating summer huts, bringing in more benches, also doing the pavement blocks. Now, local NUGS also has a same project with a different budget.
Thank you. So, if that is the case that we face, then I think it's high time that we get into a consensus, because for whatever it's worth, there are numerous of problems that we can still attend to, other than to execute the same projects with funds. So if SRC will go for that project, fine, then we can also consider the possibility of embarking on a different project.
So equally, would you agree with me that it would be best in our own interest that local NUGS and the SRC should have a collective agenda? Because it seems both offices are separate. So I am doing mine, do yours. It is either you are for me or you are against me. Now you have these projects. SRC also have the same projects, meaning everybody wants to get his cut out of the budget, meaning that you will not merge it. Rather, do yours, make I do mine. I need the monies I have invested. Look at it. If you are made the local NUGS president-elect, what is your take on auditing? Because last year, the then local NUGS financial secretary didn't conduct any financial audit and didn't see the need in doing that. Now you are the head, you are the boss. For you to uphold your core values, integrity, transparency, and all the others, what is your take on auditing?
So I feel that auditing is one very important activity that has to be observed in every institution, especially in as much as finances is concerned, because it seeks to bring about more transparency within that institution. So in an institution where auditing is absent or is lacking, then I think that there wouldn't be so much transparency on the part of the people and the leadership. So auditing is key.
It's key. So on this record, at exactly 7:47 p.m., Mr. Jinapo Abubakar Sadiq Seidu has said that if he is voted into office as the local NUGS president, he is going to uphold the auditing of his accounts and whatever they do as local NUGS UNE. The entire Ghanaian students are here. We have heard him. Let us hold him accountable. If he doesn't do that, I wish you the best.
Thank you, sir.
There are two questions from the people here. We give them opportunity to also write something. The first person wants to know how you measure your success.
How How I measure my
How
success.
do you measure your success?
Okay. So thank you. I basically measure my successes by comparing my present state to my initial state. So presently, I do feel that I'm better off than my initial stage. So on that score, I think that I have made an improvement.
Okay, what is your vision for future of local NUGS, UNE? And how do you plan to achieve it?
So in the next few years to come, I see local NUGS, I expect to see local NUGS as a secretariat that would promote students' welfare, that will create an environment to support students' academic, endeavor. In general, it should be centered on emancipating the lives of students in Ghana.
Okay, my last question for your session. You said you want to install pavement blocks at vantage points on campus.
Yes, Chair.
Can you identify some areas, key areas that you think those pavement blocks are supposed to be there?
Sure.
Just two areas,
Two
or
areas.
one key area. Give me one.
Okay.
On campus.
So the road that's that is right in front of the road closer to the police post, all the way to the School of Sciences block. Whenever it rains, in the aftermath of a rain, the place becomes so deplorable. So I thought of it that if we could consider the possibility of laying down those bricks there to enhance navigation of students.
Have you interacted to know the plan of UNE in terms of landscape mapping? That road, is it a main road or it is a convenient road because the place is not developed?
I think
where
that
you want to pave the blocks.
Yeah, I think that it is originally made as a pavement because they have made the lawns to.
If UNE should develop, will that place still be a shortcut to campus?
I'm not sure about that.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so thank you for coming in for this portfolio, and then we wish you all the best in your aspirations, and then we hope that should you be recommended, or even if you are not recommended, you can still go to the pools. That one is up to you and up to the student of UNE to decide. And then should you win, you abide by your policy document and renovate the summer huts left, pave the blocks, and also redesign or add to the lovers bench that we have on campus. You have 1 minute to say something to the people gathered here. It's a tradition that I do.
Okay.
So you have 1 minute, say something to them.
So may I address them? Or
yes.
Okay.
Summarize your vision to them and then tell them why you think you deserve to be the local NUGS president.
Sure. Fellow technologians, the time has come again for us to make a decision with regards to choosing our leadership. So I humbly stand before you to present myself to you as the formidable candidate, a candidate who will prioritize your needs, a candidate who would listen to you whenever you need his help, a candidate who is humble and down to earth, a candidate who would generally seek to see to your welfare. I am Jinapa Bakar Sadiq, and I am a local NUGS presidential aspirant. Come, as we approach the polls, kindly do us the favor by voting for Jinapa as your next local NUGS president. Thank you so much.